forgot to put myself on. And hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic. And this is episode 53. The title today, as usual, title is very misleading. Is Russia's autumn offensive and Ukraine striking at Horlivka and Kherson. So let's see. End up we will talk about Ukraine war, or we'll end up straying into other nonsense. Let me change the background to this. Yeah, okay. So good to for those that are new to this thingy. So DPA Open Mic is the place where anyone that is following DPA, you can actually come on and come and talk about politics, geopolitics, economics, culture, military, war, politics. Did I repeat myself? Yeah, no, we can talk about football also. No problem. We can talk about anything. It's an open mic. So you can talk about anything and make new friends. And yesterday I wanted to do, but end up I was busy trying to be a dinosaur in the game. So and I got very distracted, and I can't stop thinking about being a dinosaur, so I be a dinosaur. So and then I realized I just wasted many hours being a dinosaur, because the game is still in development mode. So the game is called The Owls. So in case you're wondering, so I'm gonna put the link to join the open mic. Let me sort out some admin. Where's this link? So I'm gonna drop the link on the main channel to join the open mic channel, because the link to join the invite to join this thingy, which is hosted on StreamYard, will be only on the open mic channel. So I'm gonna drop this. So in the main channel, I have put the link to join the open mic channel. So make sure that you are subscribed, of course, on the DPA open mic channel. And I forgot to ask, can you guys hear me? Oh my freaking god! I'm just keep talking, and I might be talking to myself. So and then okay, I'm gonna put the link. Put the world map behind me. Then I will have to buy a green screen, to put behind me. Very troublesome, don't want. I'm not that. I don't want to be so pretentious. Okay, so yes, all right. People can hear me. Okay. I forgot to put this stream on Rumble. Okay. While people start to join, the link has already been dropped into the DPA open mic channel on YouTube. So if you want to come on and talk and chit chat, can come on. The link is in the pinned message on the open mic channel. And I need to set up the Rumble stream. I forgot about it. Yeah, Rumble is like the set the set sister or set brother, or of the YouTube, that no one really cares. It sucks for the people of Ukraine that the leaders sold them out so bad, thinking any protection will come from the West. Russia will go in and handle, and NATO, blah blah. Yeah, actually, this is the same thought I think about Hamas. It sucks for the people of Gaza. That the leaders of Hamas sold them out by going to war with Israel when they're totally not ready for war, and then thinking that there will be protection coming from Hezbollah and the Arab states. And Israel go in and be Israel, be the monster that they think they are, and end up they will behave exactly as what they think they are. And then people start to be surprised about it. Let's talk about Israel and Palestine. Yeah. So that's what it is. It's unfortunate. I don't like wars. People who follow me should know this well enough. Oh yeah. Hey, nobody want to talk. So I will answer some question. Yeah. Hi DPA, any news about the Ukrainian Sukhoi 27 pilot desertion? I didn't hear this at all. I didn't see this at all, so I can't answer to that. And hi Hassan is Yilmaz. Yilmaz sounds like a Jewish name or Israeli name. Yeah. Hi Joseph Stalin. Bought Victoria 3. Hate and love to play it. Yeah. Okay. Vastrot Intel is in the middle of writing a precise. Yeah. Hi, hi Omar Crom.
Precise. One sec.
Yeah. Have you come on before?
Yes, I have.
I'm not used to your face.
Okay, well, if I take off my glasses, you'd be like, "Oh, I remember you. I was that guy from
last week,
a few days ago."
Yeah. So because I think because you're very new, so it takes a bit. Hi, Unonia. Hi.
Hey guys.
Vaughn. I'm sorry I didn't do it yesterday. I was like, I want to do open mic, but I'm tired. Maybe I sleep, then I do the American timing. Then after that, I went to play this dinosaur game. And I'd be a dinosaur for the next like 4-5 hours. Then I end up like, oh no, I need to sleep. So I was like, end up, okay, let's do it on Sunday instead. I am so irresponsible, Still haven't grown up.
What's the topic of conversation, gents?
We can talk about the Russian offensive. This is getting. It feels like the Russians' offensive is building up stronger and stronger. Then Ukraine did a very interesting thing. They started to attack towards Horlivka from the New York region. And then it's very successful so far because the Russians doesn't seem to have stationed much troops over there because it was always been a very, very quiet front line over there. So if they actually manage to attack into Horlivka and go into urban warfare and make things shitty, it could be a good PR thing for Ukraine, if they manage to get there. But so far, the Russians are only using artillery and drones, against these Ukrainian forces as in Pivteni, from what I can observe so far. But they're moving very fast. They're doing much better than the Zaporizhzhia offensive.
Yeah, I've said this many times before, but I get the feeling that the Russians are about to make a move. Now, I've been saying that for about 6 months, but they've been hitting Kiev the last few days. And I get the sense that, they're out of people to kill on the Ukrainian side. So it kind of makes sense to start making a move.
I mean, if you look at Kherson, honestly, that's a nothing burger. It's all contained. You're talking about a few hundred guys going back and forth in rubber boats, basically trying to harass the Russians. They're in the area where it's all swamps. The Russians' first line of defense isn't even in that area, so they have to come to the Russians. There's like one road here, one road there, so who knows what the conditions are as far as, how swampy it is with the river being lower and all that. But still, it's like they're just running around harassing the Russians, calling in artillery. At some point when it starts getting really cold, they'll probably get tired of getting bombed every day by the Russians and just running around doing nothing. Zaporizhzhia, that's done. That's a nothing burger. All the action is going to be in Avdiivka, around Soledar, and then probably between Kupiansk and Kremenaya. And they're pushing hard. They're not pushing. I don't know how hard they're pushing, but they're pushing everywhere. In some places, they're, making some gains. Other places, it's just positional fighting. There's been some areas where the Ukrainians have stepped back. And the Russians will move up, and obviously the same thing's going on here. The Russians move back and they occupy it. There's some fighting, and they maybe take it from the Russians. But Zaporizhzhia is a distraction at this point. Robotny's going to be eventually pushed back out. They ain't done shit around Staromayorsky. Kherson is just raids. They really need to start getting serious about Avdiivka and figure out what they want to do, because that's getting tighter every day, and they're starting to break through in little spots here and there. And who knows what the hell's going on? They're talking about all these reinforcements coming. Everybody's like, oh, they must have took massive losses. For all we know, they're handing them guys shovels and they're digging tunnels all the way to Avdiivka. They already seen how it works, and they've even said that those tunnels are built so that they can blow a hole in them and then use the tunnel to storm through. So, they might have 1,000 guys down there like, I'm a tanker. Well, today you're a digger. as soon as you get done digging this tunnel, you can go back and get on your tank, or they're just getting ready to do a big assault or something. I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, you can see them, starting to break through in a few spots around the coke plant in the front, the eastern front there. I mean, the south's the only place they seem to have any kind of hang up, but who knows? That could be where they're tunneling, for all I know.
I want to ask you a question, but I want to answer that super chat first from this Mr. Da Silva, a very familiar-looking young man, homely as all hell. There's no debate. Messi's the GOAT. So I just want to clear that off. And I wanted to ask you what about Kharkov? It seems to me like they've just been on the outskirts of Kharkov for months, and I got to believe at some point they're going to make a push in there. But
I mean, there ain't really any reason to. I mean, where they're pushing right now is going to produce probably some fruit here. Not everywhere, but it's a numbers game. The Ukrainians got to be right 100% of the time. The Russians only have to get through one time or two times, and that's more than likely for them because
resources.
It's a massive pressure push across the front, and there's certain areas. I mean, I've been trying to follow some of these units in certain areas, through Facebook, and one's dumb enough to have a page that still posts. And I mean, a lot of it's inspirational stuff and, pictures of the equipment they have, and you can find out some of the numbers, but I don't know if they're current. If they're current, it's pretty bad. But if that was the numbers they started out with, that's pretty bad too. So who knows what's real on that. But you can start to see some discontent in some of the comments, even though it's like a flowery message about, stay strong, boys. A lot of it's like, come home alive, please stay alive. We're praying for you to come home alive. Be brave and all that. But, the overwhelming sentiment is come home alive. And you can see some discontent with people talking about, not being able to get information on somebody who's missing, or if somebody in the unit who has a family member that's missing, or maybe somebody who's not getting the kind of treatment they need for their injuries. And I'm sure they try to suppress that a lot. So the fact that you're even getting any of it at all means it's probably pretty bad. And you've got these Maidan rumors, the leaflets, the defection. I mean, you got the pressure at the battlefront, and really God knows what's going on the ground, plus with the uptick against the infrastructure. And that's just with drones. They haven't even really started with the missiles yet. So, I mean, I think they're really going for a dual push, demoralize the military hard, and hit them hard, and at the same time really hit the civilians hard. And maybe it's starting to take a toll. Because, I'm sure they're trying to hide that stuff, but, I'm sure there's some people in Ukraine that saw that dead chick in the trench. I'm sure there's people that maybe saw that chick they say was a pregnant chick that got captured. Plus, who knows what the hell they see, because they're right there. They got access to channels and stuff that we don't even have a clue exist probably. So I just think there's a lot of stuff going on, and we always talk about breaking points, but I think this is another time where there's a lot of potential breaking points, either on the civilian side or in certain parts of the battlefield, especially once a deep is surrounded or taken. I don't really see how they're going to spin that and keep the population all gung-ho.
Yeah.
There is a new video came out after the last open mic. Because the open mic we talked about the pregnant woman, right? I think there is a new video after that shows a more dead woman. I think the Russian soldier go and then they try to then they cannot believe that they killed the female soldiers or something like this. But of course, again, we don't see the face. We only see the just the hair, and that's fine. I find it very irritating because
I was reading on Twitter just this morning, I think it was, and they were interviewing a woman, a Ukrainian woman. She was 54, and she was a drone operator on the front line. They were saying it as, isn't this great for women? Equal opportunity and all this stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, number one, you're out of men. Number two, you appear to be out of young men and women if you're going after a 54-year-old woman.
What the fuck, man? Hey, since when I'm become pro Ukraine? I like Ronaldo. Yeah, that basically, stop Nunya halfway. This is too shocking. Shocking news. People who support Ronaldo are pro Ukraine.
Well, yeah, obviously. They're not that bright to think that, he's better than Messi. So, but yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah.
Women.
They're out of men and women.
Yeah, they're out of men. They're out of young people. Yeah. They're out of mercenaries. I read another article about how mercenaries, it's difficult to find them. They're dropping off. The easier to get mercenaries are all dead or they've all left by now. So, and I read something along the lines of they estimated somewhere along the line of roughly half of the people in Avdiivka right now are foreign mercenaries. So, yeah, it's not looking too good on the manpower front for Ukraine.
So there's some rumors saying that the laws within the Ukrainian not so pro-government circles are saying that they should call for the 18 years old to fight instead of calling the even woman or whatever. I think that's something I saw. I think there's another one I saw is the Russian MOD interviewed one of these POWs, and then he said that they asked the soldier, are there mercenaries? They say that there are mercenaries in the Ukrainian side, but they are mostly in the rear. They mostly abandoned them in the front positions, and then they just left. So something like this. So which is actually I can corroborate somewhat because I am talking to one of the mercenaries who are on the Ukrainian side. To me he seems like a lot of the time he's in the rear. He's not really on the front that much. So, and they don't fight battles that will get them killed. Like they will fight tough battles, but then if they feel that the situation or the mission is stupid, they will not go for it. So the mercenaries know how to take care of themselves, and they can because they are mercs. They are not conscripts. So I'm not sure how long can Ukraine last under current circumstances. It looks pretty sad right now. So I did also read that they received 10 Leopard 1 tanks. So not sure how much they can do. So yeah.
Well,
I've seen one picture of one Leopard 1 destroyed by, I guess, a FPV, but I don't know where it was.
Is it already at the front line?
No, this was a couple weeks ago. Before that, I heard about them getting 10. So, I mean, I don't know how many they've got. They were promised 100. So I was like, well, and honestly, I couldn't tell you where it was at. So it could have been anywhere along the line of contact. I mean, it was in the wooded area, but I mean, that could be anywhere on the Donetsk to Kupiansk side. And like the 4th Tank Brigade is operating in the Kremenaya area supposedly right now, and they may be tied to the M1s, not like they have them, but they could be a unit that could be slated to get some. So they could have Leopards or something, but I think right now mostly what they got is T-72s and like M55s, whatever's left of that. And honestly, I don't know, the numbers that they talk about having, it's honestly more like a company plus maybe a battalion, not a brigade. And it's a pretty hodgepodge mix of tanks, like 64s, 72s. I think some of them have T-80s. One unit I was looking at, they have 4 tanks. They have a 64, a different type of 64, and 2 types of 72s, 4 tanks. But I don't know how accurate that stuff is, because there's no report of losses or casualties, or it's just a basic idea of what equipment they might have had at some point. Because they show artillery units with like 20 HIMARS. That's probably not the case anymore.
Vaughn, I have a quick question for Vaughn. Where do you get your sources from? Like the geolocatable videos and videos of the artillery systems?
I mean, I've been going like on military land. I use Wyatt, Rybar, military summary. I'll even look at Dennis, OEM, Willie, Voice of Reason, Funker 530. Even the guys I don't like, if it's something that catches my attention, I'll at least see what their take is on something. And then, I still watch mainstream stuff just to see what's going on. See what they're saying versus what I'm seeing or what I think I'm seeing as far as what I'm trying to find. But yeah, I just try to look at all kinds of stuff like that. If somebody's talking about something, like a plane or a tank or something like that, I could go look up stuff and try to find stories. Just stuff like that, just doing my own research and just try to watch a bunch of different stuff just to get a big idea of what everybody's saying or thinking and try to get a decent picture. But really, when it comes to all these units and stuff, nobody really knows what's where. It's all generalities. I do believe they're in that area, but that's only because I've seen pictures that look like that area. But then again, it could have been from 6 months ago or 2 months ago or yesterday for all I know. It just got posted is all.
Sure, because you're right, because you said that, for example, you can't get the exact proximity of troop concentrations and or the current situation of the zone of control for both sides. I struggle with this thing myself because I made my own map, and I could. It's very difficult because you have to make the outline of the zones of control. But even when I look at secondary sources on, for example, Telegram, mainstream media.
Yeah, that's another one too. All the different Telegram channels. I just try to skim through videos and stuff and look at maps and see if I can, try to find something. I think most of those guys I mentioned are pretty. Yeah, they all have their biases and obviously some way more than others, but they still do a pretty good job to try to give you as much variety of the battlefield, so you can at least get a pretty broad picture. Like especially if something like Robotny or Adivka, everybody's got all sides have videos out, so you can get a pretty good picture of what's going on there as far as public available stuff. Obviously, we have no clue in real time.
Guys, are they obviously they're still trying to round up anybody that they can in Ukraine? Are they just not as effective as that anymore, or are there just not people around to find?
Both.
It might be a lag in the pickup in the training time because they got to get them, and I'm sure I can't imagine what the process is for a conscriptee who resisted before they end up on the front line. Surely they're not just like, well, fuck you, since you resisted, here's your uniform, and they throw you out in the field. Yeah. Maybe there's just a lag between the getting enough people together to train a unit, and then, I don't know, maybe they got to process them and check them out. Because, who knows how many guys get, processed and trained, and then they just bail.
Not for long.
Yeah. So I don't know. Do they have penal battalions for the guys that don't willingly go or something like that?
That would be so funny, right? It's like, oh, you choose go to the front or go to jail. Oh, I choose to go to jail. Then after that, you still end up in the front.
Yeah, you stay at the front anyway. I would assume. I'm just saying. I'm sure the people that volunteer probably get a better deal, but I think maybe it's just a lag in that because they still have people, but it's still crazy because what's the average age is 43 now for a Ukrainian soldier. For the average to bump that high, that tells you there ain't no more 18 to 30-year-olds.
They fled the country.
Not enough to bring it back down. Unless a whole bunch decide to come back to Ukraine and serve, like Dennis Davydov.
Well, I gotta believe anytime William Burns shows up in Kiev, it's not a good day for Zelensky. And he showed up there unannounced this week for a surprise visit. And anytime he shows up for a surprise visit, it's usually bad news in the we can't give you what you need variety. So I suspect that he showed up to tell Zelensky the bad news that $60 billion is not going to come.
Yeah.
And he's probably given that message to, now's time to wrap this thing up because we can't support you anymore. That's what I'm guessing he was told.
Who is that person again that you say doing the surprise?
William Burns, CIA director.
CIA director, right. I'll have a look at it, Leo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that means, but that can't be a good thing just because, what is he personally going to bring to Ukraine to affect the war that couldn't have been set by a courier or done by a Zoom? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what's his personal presence on the ground going to do other than if he's delivering a message? I mean, he's not there to do anything else. So that makes sense. I mean, because I mean, unless he's going there for a personal evaluation, like we need to get your on the ground take or assessment of Zelensky in this inner circle, go there under the guise of aid, get a read on these fuckers. But still, it's wrapping it up, tying up the loose ends. Whether they're doing it up front or, getting a read on this guy before they cut him loose.
Well, with Burns, he was also making a trip to Israel, so this wasn't the only trip. I think he stopped off in Ukraine just to give Zelensky the bad news. But if you look at Burns's history, over the last 18 months or so, he's made a handful of trips to Kiev. And every time he has, it's been to deliver bad news. So for whatever reason, they like to do it in person. Maybe just to, nail home to Zelensky the importance of it, that, we're done. We can't fight the Republican Party to get $60 billion for you.
Like it's a serious messenger, not a courier or just some random diplomat.
Vaughn, what's the situation within the US now regarding because I haven't been following the US for the past closely nowadays. So what is the situation now? Is there total good block of Republicans blocking against funding for Ukraine and Israel and whatnot?
Speaker,
what's the situation? Can share?
Yeah, there's no funding right now because the House wants to do separate bills, and Biden's trying to do another lump bill with everything together, and Ukraine and Israel tied together, and they want to do separate stuff, so they can't get anything done. So, they're using up whatever's already in the bank, whatever's already in the pipeline, and then until then, they don't get anything else. But like I said before, it's not like they can't find money in other places. Like I said, there's probably State Department accounts that are for helping developing countries or feeding the poor, and they'll say, or helping a disaster. So, they can grab another, $10 billion out of that to help the disaster and relief in Ukraine.
I think they've already raided everything that they can raid. From what I recall, maybe a couple months ago, they raided the Department of the State Department. They raided the State Department's funds for that very thing that you were talking about. The State Department had a special fund that they used to use to slush fund to sell weapons and shit like that. Yeah, that's all tapped now, though. So yeah, I think any.
I mean, think about it. Could they spend the interest on the Russian assets that are seized?
I don't think so.
mean, you know what I'm saying? They don't care.
I'm not even sure where those assets are.
I'm just saying. There's probably ways for them to do all kinds of crap.
From my understanding, only the Baltic states, I think Baltic states, Ukraine, maybe not even Poland, maybe UK a little bit wanted to seize the Russian assets. But United States.
So it's not like seize then. So,
but if you take the interest, you're also seizing. So
it's more like a fraud. Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot steal from the Russians. If you steal from it, you have to pay it back later when you want to do the peace deal. So
what about this? Do you think that the U.S. government wouldn't try to find some hokey way to take loans out against the assets while they're in their custody?
They would.
Who dare to lend them the money, man?
Well, that's the other problem.
Maybe they'll put money in against the value of it. Since we're holding it, we gotta get paid a fee, so we'll print this much as a fee.
But who
I mean,
dare
I'm
to
just saying,
sign
there's
it?
always a way for them to find money.
Yeah, but who dare to sign that, that loan, man? Like, the manager will be like sweating. You sure you want me to sign this?
Well, their bond auction that they had last week was a shit show, apparently, and they had it. They couldn't even sell the entire offering. So that'll tell you something about the demand for U.S. Treasuries right now. And if you look at the latest report that came out this week, my God, China dropped another 25 plus billion dollars in their foreign reserve or U.S. Treasuries last month. So basically, what China's doing as these treasuries are coming due, normally you roll them over. China's not rolling them over, so they're just cashing out and putting their money into gold. Meanwhile, you've got Japan, which is a completely other mess altogether. Anything that they're trying to do to stimulate their economy is not working. So they're also unloading U.S. Treasuries. So this is not a good time for demand in U.S. dollars. So I think that the age of the United States being able to print money willy-nilly is quickly coming to an end. Now, it might take another 10, 20 years. I don't know, but it certainly already happened.
In the US side, does it who is more likely to do all this lump up, massive, bills? The Democrats or the Republicans? All these stupid.
I mean, it's a mix of both. Probably more Democrats, but there's definitely a pretty good chunk of Republicans that'll do it just because it's got national security and all that other shit wrapped up in it, so it kind of forces their hand. They can't stand on it. I mean, they really don't have a choice now because the way things are done, it's either do the individual vote for each item or you're going to keep having this roadblock, which is fine anyways, because the longer it goes on, the quicker this can get wrapped up. I mean, the last thing Ukraine needs is to be put in this position right now where they're crumbling slowly, maybe in some places faster than others. And then all of a sudden, on the verge of something happening, they get an influx of aid and weapons and stuff, and maybe some of these new brigades. I think they're talking about another 5 brigades being brought up. Maybe those guys rotate out of their training just in time to get all this new stuff, and then they launch another dumb offensive somewhere like, they've done before, and get a bunch of guys killed, make a few headlines, and then 6 months later, it's gone like it never happened.
I think that's what they're doing, crossing the Dnieper in Kherson. They're trying to achieve something there, but they've basically done nothing. They've got that one little settlement.
Krinky.
That they have. What is it called?
Yeah,
Krinky. Krinky. Yeah. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce any of these names.
That I also assume that it's going to pronounce as Krinky. I'm too lazy to put into Google Translate to try to figure out how to.
I'm 100% sure that's wrong, but that's what I'm going to call it. So. Yeah, but that's all that they've got, and they're probably not going to have it for very long. So.
Yeah. So I on Red Neutralist on the Rumble chat, he said that Russia has been targeting Ukrainian energy facilities all around.
I've heard mostly it's been drones. Just with drones, they haven't even started using missiles yet.
The Shahid.
Yeah.
So I just replied him. It's time to mow the grass. It's like now that you rebuild all this energy facility, time to destroy them again. And then winter is coming. So it's time to make them suffer a bit. That's probably what the Russians are thinking. So, and then put political pressure on the Ukrainians to push them to to get something done internally, to force for a rebellion or something. But I'm not sure if the Ukrainians have the stomach to do rebellions. I'm not sure. I've already given up on that possibility so far. After we're talking about the war coming to 2 years, and then it's like the Ukrainians are just going to the front and die.
Well, the other thing too is it might be hard for like people that are upset or discontent with what Zelensky's doing to protest, because I mean, if you show up in a group, the conscriptors are probably going to show up and pick through there if they don't just grab everyone flat out. No, I'm just saying, I mean, You know what I mean? You might get old people to show up, but you're not going to get any. You know, that might be another reason why you don't see a lot of it, because people don't want to gather, because they may get picked. Because it ain't like they're just picking the young people. I mean, you've seen some of these guys that have been captured or killed, or some of them look like grandpas. So just because you got gray hair don't mean you're safe. And that might be another reason why you don't really see anything organized, because people don't want to get scooped up. I mean, it probably sucks right now to be on the front lines, obviously. Probably sucks just as bad to be stuck in some kind of prison when resources are already stretched to the bare minimum.
Yeah. Do you see the quarters inside the coke plant? I think they released, there's a video of them, the Ukrainian quarters inside the coke plant. So people were saying that it reminds them of Azovstal in Mariupol. Yeah, I'm like thinking like, how is that sad? No, the people living in the trenches are sad. You're living inside the concrete, with roof over your head.
Okay. Does that mean morale is going to get lower? Because the narrative that I've been seeing online is that morale on the Russian side is low, but no one really emphasizes this on the Ukrainian side. I'm usually told that morale is very high and the Ukrainians are eager to liberate their territory. But it seems as if that could be changing.
I mean, I assume that you're British, you're living in England. And
yes, I am.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you live in the epicenter of propaganda on this planet. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
So, I mean, one stat that I love to repeat about Britain is that more people have been arrested for social media posts in the UK than have in Russia over the past few years, which is especially considering it's about half the population of Russia. It's not even a per capita figure. So if you have that kind of level of control, and you see that the British have been kind of leading the charge to push Ukraine into fighting with Russia, right? If you go back to where Boris Johnson torpedoed the negotiations at the very beginning of this, back in I think April of 2022. So anything that you hear from the British press, you have to totally disregard, I think. I mean, that goes for the Western liberal press as a whole, but especially the British press.
The British press, I agree with you. They're completely detached from reality. You listen to their military experts, and it's crazy with the stuff coming out of their mouth half the time.
I would say money talks, man.
What's that?
Money talks.
Yep.
Is that how it's Archimedes? Archimedes. So yeah, you're right. I mean, I'll tell you how it works in the UK. So you're talking about the level of control. So about the US has the separation of powers. So there's a clear system of checks and balances on one branch of government to the other. In the UK, we have the fusion of powers, meaning that all of the branches of government are kind of interchangeable. So the level of control and dominance is more obvious from the UK side. They have systems in place where I'm not sure if you make a social media post and someone that doesn't like it, or it may be perceived as like offensive or rebellious or counterproductive to preserving society. If someone calls the police and reports what you've said, they will come to your house, and sometimes they do it without a phone call. Sometimes the police will just come and they'll send like a detective, and then they will just do an investigation. The UK has more cameras than the US as well, even though there's a smaller population. I think we have about like twice the amount of cameras that the US has, even though the US has a population of 3 times more than UK, of roughly 350 million, roughly. We have like 75, roughly. And in terms of the media is it's so obvious that it's not. Even if you're an academic and you look at British media, you can be pro-Ukrainian, you can be pro-Russian, but an academic will look at what the press is saying and be like, hold on a second, this analyst has made 2 claims, and with each claim he's making, he's not providing any sources. He's just talking on BBC radio and saying that this is going to happen on the front line. Or respectfully, I don't care what you think is going to happen on the front line. I care what is going to happen on the front line. And in order for me to know that, I need to have access to primary, preferable, and secondary, which is the bare minimum, sources. Otherwise, you're just talking. I mean, it's one thing to talk, and it's one thing to actually say something that is valid in relation to this conflict, which is something that the media fails to do, and not just this conflict, multiple conflicts, multiple events. I mean, this 2023 now. It's 2 years since COVID ended, and now we have a new conflict in the Middle East. And frankly, we don't know who's telling the truth. I mean, either I'm going to believe the Hamas's health ministry, or I'm going to believe the Israelis. Both sides have a history of lying and deceiving government. But you guys can enlighten me on that in the later part of this DPA Open Talk podcast.
Omar, what I heard you say is that in England you guys don't have freedom of speech. You have
we do,
mainstream propaganda medium that informs you, and if you say something online that somebody might object to, you might get arrested and go to jail.
Yes.
So
and
how
I can
do you
give
guys
you
get informed? I mean, luckily we live in a information age where we can inform ourselves individually. You know, being ignorant is a choice nowadays. So we can inform each other through various channels of media here in what's going on and what's the reality. Otherwise, we would be dragged underneath the propaganda of the mainstream media, which is obviously paid by somebody. I don't know who, but it's evident, no?
Well, the BBC is publicly licensed. So in the UK, you have to pay a public license fee. Me personally, I don't want to pay for the public license fee. It's the pretext is obviously free media. Well, it's not really free because my taxes are paying for it. If you look at Sky News, if you look at Fox News, I'm not sure if Fox News has it, but they have a paywall in some of their content. In order to access the media from some of these MSM outlets, you need to pay for some kind of subscription or some kind of paywall. In the UK, they say that you don't have to pay, but in reality, you pay a public license fee, which is a form of tax that makes the BBC free, essentially. Well, it's not for free because I'm paying £150 of tax for the BBC.
Yeah, I will never find it not funny that British people that the license meme, the TV license, is actually a real thing. I mean, oh my God.
It's not impartial either, and they never provide they can't even provide secondary sources. Okay, fine. You have a TV projection and you're talking about the war in Ukraine, and you're saying this is happening and that is happening, and you can't just tell people that you've launched an investigation, yeah, when you're not giving. Where's the brief? Where's the substance? Okay, you've said you've launched an investigation. You need to tell me how you did it, with who, and if you can. That's so cute, by the way. And if you can, show us evidence. Don't just talk on television on the BBC, and because you're the BBC, we're meant to believe everything you tell us.
The thing is, most people are very superficial when they come to information, and I think that is the main problem. It's easy to dupe anyone. Like, you just look at the world outside of Twitter, or you just look at YouTube, which is a good example. Like people who follow Davydov, they follow what's the other channel? Some of these pro-Ukrainian channels where they're always positive. There's always positive things to say about Ukraine. Even at the worst time, they can always find something positive to talk about, and people suck it up. You look at their views; they are like 10 times bigger than DPA in terms of viewership. The channels is like even bigger, and they consistently able to get this kind of views. And it just shows that people just wants to listen to this kind of thing. The reality, the facts is not as important. The same goes for the Israeli-Hamas war. People hate me on both sides. On both sides, they can't stand what I'm saying. Because it's irritating to them to even imagine, for example, Israel can have some positive thinking in terms of what they're trying to do. Even if they are doing something wrong, maybe they're killing a lot of civilians. Not maybe, they definitely kill a lot of civilians, but maybe there is some positive reasoning why they're doing all these things. They cannot. No pro-Palestinians will accept that kind of statements. Zero.
Why?
And it's easy to dupe this kind of people.
If they're both mad at you, I'll just say if they're both mad at you, that means you're probably doing a good job because you're being objective, and so keep it up.
Absolutely.
But the neutral. But this is a problem. This is why I started DPA in the very beginning, because I find that the mainstream media has always been not. They always use anonymous officials. They always make things up, or their headlines is always not really exactly what the article is talking about, and then people don't read the article because they only read the headlines, and then they make a certain conclusion, which I tested out in my Telegram channel, which I roast that person very badly because I posted a video. Our open mic. We talk about Egypt, right? We talk about Egypt, and we talk about Egypt is the source of all evil because they keep opening up the tombs, and then people just jump in and comment and think that there's a pro-Israel discussion and a pro-Israel video or anti-Palestine video, trying to blame it on Egypt, and people just jump straight into that. It's and to me, I take it very personally because it's so irritating because people kept getting manipulated in this way, and if people don't learn, then we'll continue to have BBC, CNN talking rubbish, and then people will just suck it up and continue to feed them and feed all these fake medias. Because if it works, it doesn't matter, what's the motivation by BBC or CNN or MSNBC or New York Times. It doesn't matter the motivation. Is it funded by CIA or directed by anyone? But the very fact that people willing to watch it, read it, and support it and believe them means that there is financial motivations to continue to do it. This is why we have a clickbait culture, in terms of internet media. Because if you don't have a clickbait, nobody want to click it. Even DPA have no choice. Sometimes I have to put some very click-worthy titles just to get people to click the video. Every video I think is decent, is good, it's more or less the same standard. But it's the the headline that makes a difference. Yeah, but sometimes I'm just too bored to make good headlines. But that's the reality.
Well, I think you hit on a good point because, and I've said this on here before, we're all the weirdos here. Everybody watching this we're the outliers because we want to understand more about the topics. We wouldn't be here otherwise. 99.999% of the population, they're just doing whatever it is that they have to do to get through the day. They got the job, the kids, the whatever. They don't have the time or the headspace to actually sit down and like we're doing right now because, there's so many other things going on in the world in their own personal lives. I'm just like it, but I try to make the time, right? But we're definitely the outliers. So, what I would say to that is be vocal. Like I'm as vocal can be on my social media, my Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is. I want to make people know what the real stories are out there. And I'll do it with my friends on Facebook, you name it, my family. I just try to get the information out there because I know that they're not going to get it through traditional means. And that's all I can do as one person.
And Krista Freeland too, Nunya. I've been seeing you on Twitter. You've been yelling at that bitch for months, man.
She's fun.
So like war monitors blocked me on Twitter. I was shocked. I was like, what? Since when did I offended him? So apparently I heard that he's Lebanese, and maybe I said something about Lebanon, because I'm critical about Lebanon because they have no sovereignty. They have no idea how to control their own country. They allow Hezbollah to just run riot around this country, and maybe that was what offended him. But you see the hard stuff. When you say it out, you're going to trigger people. And I'm constantly triggering people about the Israeli-Hamas war. It's very, very funny. It's like no one can accept an alternate point of view.
The truth is painful, man, And people, some people tend to have cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, man.
You throw the facts in order to not get your reality destroyed. So cognitive dissonance. Otherwise, our interests searching the truth. That's what I believe we are doing here. And that's why we are here. Because we are looking for alternative sources of information in order to find the truth. Because the truth is what is important. That's where the power lies. Everything else, it's a lie. Lie, it's fake. Fake doesn't have any power. The truth is a godly thing, and we cannot change it.
Yeah.
Only that we're looking for is to find the truth from the non-biased sources. Meaning,
I like that
you're absolutely right.
I like that you use the. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, man. I think that what you're getting at is that democracy is failing, right? Democracy is based on the idea of everybody being an informed voter and understanding what's going on and making a decision on who to vote for based on the reality of the world. But the truth is that it's not what's happening. People are making their decisions based on what the media is giving to them, by and large. And the majority of people vote based on what the media tells them. So I think that what we're moving towards is a system where democracy fails and where we're going to have kind of a two-tiered society between people that are aware of the truth and people who aren't, right? Similar to the old feudal society where you had aristocrats and peasants simply had no education, whereas aristocrats at least knew something about the world around them. I don't think it's going to be quite like that, but I think that one of the big differences between the people who are on top and the people who are below, and the vast majority of people are going to be below, is going to be whether you can think for yourself or whether you are more interested in simply falling into an ideology, especially these days when the algorithm can see that you're interested in an ideology and then push you into it by giving you everything that you want to make you want to be in that ideology, right? If you're pro-Ukrainian, I mean, you're going to see nothing but Denis Davydov videos. And the same applies if you're pro-Russian, right? You can see a lot of very, very strongly pro-Russian videos that are also, I think less ridiculous than the pro-Ukrainian side. But, if you're not looking at both sides, you're going to lose in the long run. You're not going to make it. And, I think it's really important as we move into an era where democracy begins to fail. If you want to be on top, you should become a free thinker, or try to be anyway.
Great times to be alive.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
Go ahead, Nico.
I completely have to agree in this case. Everything what Archimedes said. I mean, algorithm is pushing everyone in their own bubble, and it already starts with typing some things on YouTube, searching for some things that the algorithm is looking for, how you behave and stuff like that, pushing you into a bubble, and that's a really big problem. Why especially Wyatt has problems on gaining huge audience is that he is unbiased, so the algorithm can't put you into a certain bubble to give you audience. So, and that's a huge problem we are facing, especially in the current diplomatic situation around the world, in both wars, Palestine, Israel, and Ukrainian and Russian war. And I can completely agree, and that's what I wanted to say. So thank you, Archimedes. You basically said what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Forever, I cannot get used to Nico wearing the pink headset,
man.
and then his voice is super deep. It's like that is as bad as trying to read Twitter, Twitter tweets.
I mean,
Nico, you just lean into it, man. Just get some cat ears to put on that headset.
Nah, I just bought it. I just bought it because it was like $20 cheaper than the black one or the green one. So, and I was broke at the time, so I just bought the pink one. But appreciate it.
But it's good branding. It's nice. No, people will remember you for that.
Yeah, for sure. Woke headset color forever.
Yeah.
Like I'm always saying in the voice chat, somebody has to be gay for the audience,
I mean, that's not Vaughn. He's not even
representation.
So I want to highlight the Iranian Putin. He gifted 5 membership to the main channel. So 5 people are very lucky. It's like a lucky draw. I don't think he get to choose. So J Relo, Zack Guy, Hootsie, Morgan, Hot, and Gorilla Voodoo. They are the lucky guys this week. I think Iranian Putin also gave it last week. Last week I think he gave a lot more. So it's very very generous of the Iranian Putin. So hopefully we'll get a Putin in Iran soon, and then we get a we get an Iran that stop stirring shit around. Then make the world more peaceful. Because Iran is a bit scary in the way how they do the all this. They basically operate just like the United States. They are funding militant groups overseas, and these kind of militant groups are really hard to eliminate, because sometimes it's just extremism and ideology, and it's very hard to eliminate. How are you going to eliminate, for example, Hezbollah? I think they are just going to be stuck there forever.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Why? I mean, you're looking at this from an objective perspective. You always look at Israel and Hamas and you say, oh, people should make peace and develop their countries and take care of their families. But I don't think that's what's happening at all. I think that is totally irrelevant. Okay, the fact of the matter is that people here are they're deeply ideological. Okay, they're deeply emotional. They're in fact they see this as a spiritual thing, right? And they see this as much more important than developing their GDP or developing their the quality of their lives. The quality of their life doesn't matter. What matters is taking back the Holy Land. What matters is bringing Islam to wholeness again by removing this Western colonial imposition. Right.
But the worst is they don't acknowledge it. In arguments, for example, now we have this war, right? They don't acknowledge it. They will go around. They refuse to be straightforward. They could say, "Oh, Israel is the bad guy." Is 70 years or 80 years of oppression. They stuck Gaza into some kind of open air prison. They built walls and all this kind of thing, but they refuse to be honest. If they had been honest, I can agree with them. I can say that I respect your point of view. There's nothing to argue, because I understand your point of view, and you stand like Iran. They say that Israel should not exist. I get your point. There's nothing to argue. I agree with you, because what's there to argue about? Because that's your point of view. It's just like people feel like North Korea should not be authoritarian. Okay, no.
What are you gonna do about it, right?
What do you want me to say about it? I agree with you, but you don't be hypocritical and say that it's Israel's fault, because that's not why the war is fighting. It's because Hamas, Hezbollah, and all these different groups Islamic Jihad and whatnot, they are all anti-Israel to the point that their aim is always to eliminate Israel. And this is why Israel will never give Palestine its independence. And people don't want to admit it. They want to say that, it's Israel's fault. And it's like, just be honest, man. It's like, we know what you are talking about. I'm always probing. I want them to be honest and don't go around the bush and say that Israel is the bad guy. Palestine is the one that have never stopped fighting with Israel right from the outset. They were the one also fighting with Israel. They never gave peace a chance. The closest we get.
Well, they can't, right? They can't, because Israel is a foreign imposition on the Muslim world.
Two-state solution. They rejected it.
Of course, they rejected
it by Palestinian people. The two-state solution. It was on the table, and they rejected it.
Of course,
so that's why the game goes on.
There's a lot of peace deals. They all rejected it, and similarly, I have been watching some Israeli channels. Is Israeli talking about the Israeli point of view and whatnot. And in fact, even within Israel, they will not accept a two-state solution. Any leaders that go for a two-state solution will actually be voted out or something. So apparently, to the Israelis, or maybe some of the Israelis, the solution is actually a one-state solution where everyone is integrated. But the thing is, this is also only maybe that person's point of view, because I'm quite sure some Israelis are totally anti-Palestinians. So things are very complicated within Israel, and I there's nothing much we can do about it. The only thing is that first, I feel like in a more pragmatic point of view, Palestine need to fix their own politics first. You cannot run with a militant culture. You just cannot. No one would take you seriously. For example, even the Palestinian Authority. When is the last election? Does this current guy have legitimacy to run Palestine in the West Bank? No, he don't. So as a result, all the leaders in the region will not take him seriously. They know that what his motivation. They know he don't have the real legitimacy. They know that he doesn't run the West Bank in a way that is actually helping Palestine to flourish or something, and to get some kind of independence or whatnot. There is people know even the Arab states, they know who are him, who is this person. The leaders geopolitically are not going to be useful idiots. They're not going to be like pro-Palestinian people on Twitter or whatnot, all just raging. They're not. They're going to think, I'm negotiating with a leader of another state, if it's a country or whatnot, and then I have to think whether this person can be trusted or not. Will he still be in power? Is his word worth is the paper that is written on, the agreements? And they don't.
They won't.
The Palestinian authorities, they do not feel like a proper state. That's a problem. And some of the people who are pro-Palestine say that this is just occupied territory. The Israelis are willing to go in and out anytime. But they never question why the Israelis have to go in at the first place. because the Palestinian Authority do not stop militancy from happening within the West Bank as well. So if West Bank don't sort out their shit and show that they can run their own country with no threat to Israel, then Israel will continue to oppress them, because why would they not?
Well, there's only two solutions to this, right? Either Israel wins or Palestine wins, right? Or really, it's not even that. It's either the Jews will win, or the Zionists will win, or the Muslims will win. That's the only.
I hope that's not the only. Not,
I don't think that there's going to be a third solution. If they fight, if the fight isn't settled today, if there is some peace that's reached, that's guaranteed by the UN, well, things will change in 20 years, and they're going to fight again. Okay. The thing is that this is the Holy Land. This is land that the Muslims consider to be their birthright as the Muslim civilization, right? It's not that, oh, this is the Palestinians. I mean, this is why Iran looks at this as, they say they see Israel as little Satan and America as the great Satan. They don't see them as geopolitical enemies. They see them as a spiritual force that must be defeated, okay? So this isn't ever going to stop, okay? It might ebb and flow, but it's never going to stop until either the Jews are totally kicked out of Israel, or the Jews don't have to be kicked out, but the state of Israel has to be kicked out for the Muslims. Or Gabriel giving us a show, man. or the Israelis are going to totally subjugate the Palestinians and establish military dominance, right? Which is what's happened in the West Bank. And the argument is going to be settled by power, by force, right? The problem is what's happening online. This is a very feminized argument that's going on. People are like saying, oh my God, look at this picture of a dead baby. Look, Israel killed a dead baby. This is terrible. And then somebody else will say, no, look, Palestine killed a baby, or Hamas killed a baby. Oh, this is terrible. This is more terrible. Well, I'll show you 4 babies. I'll show you 6 babies. And then they're just going to go back and forth like this, as if the person in the right is the person who killed fewer babies. You know what I mean? Like, why does that actually follow, right? Imagine if I'm having an argument with you, and I'm telling you that 2 + 2 is equal to 4, and you're telling me 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and then you say, but you killed a baby, and I say, no, but you killed 3 babies, and then we go back. It doesn't answer the question about what 2 + 2 is equal to, right?
Exactly.
So
when I try to point out,
decided by power, by force. That's simple as that.
So this is why when I try to point out this very fact that both sides are wrong. There's no good side in this battle, and it's like there is no reason you should support any of this side. You should, if you want to support, you support the side on the civilians, and then you have to put blame firstly on Hamas as well, because Hamas is the one who attracted all these hornets into Gaza. Then you sort out this. So you sort out that first, then you can actually okay, we stop shooting rockets into Israel. Okay, now you force Israel into a moral stance that they have to stop. You have to know Palestine is now peaceful. They no longer attack Israel. So now let's stop. Then you get some kind of process. Hopefully that is not like what Archimedes said. There must be a Jew victory or Arab Muslim victory. Maybe there's some kind in between, because from the YouTuber that I was watching, I feel like he's a neutral, slightly pro-Israel, standpoint, but he's pretty neutral within the Israel kind of mindset. His view is that the Palestinians are being used as well. That he's not anti-Palestine. He feels that the Palestinians are being used by the Arab states as well, by other countries as well. In fact, he said Israel is also being used by the West as well. So both sides, the rest of the world keep trying to get these 2 groups of people to keep fighting, and these 2 group of people just stupidly continue to fight, and not realizing that they are both from this land and they are both supposed to live next to each other peacefully, which is what they supposedly done for thousands of years. So,
the people live together peacefully under most of the time that the Muslims were in charge of what is today Israel. The people, there were Jews that lived there. There weren't extensive pogroms. That's all something that happened mostly in Europe, right? These pogroms and expulsions of Jews. The Muslims generally were pretty okay with Jews, not all of it. The problem is that there is a political structure that is non-Muslim that controls land that the Muslims see as part of the Muslim world. That's the problem. You see what I mean? It's not that there's Muslims, that there's Jews there that live there. I mean, there's many different religious groups that have lived there, but they were all supposed to be under the Muslim ruler, right? And while the Muslim world has always been divided, or not always, but ever since the first, since the Umayyad and Abbasid Caliphate, the Islamic world has been divided into different competing states with lots of different ethnicities, different branches of the religion. They all felt united as all of this land is controlled by Muslims. And they had a consciousness of the Islamic world as a political unit, right? This concept of the nation state is actually quite weak in most Muslim societies. People have a lot of they identify very much with their tribe, their group of 100 people. That's their tribe. They also identify very much with this 1.5 billion people that are Muslims, but they don't really identify with their 100 million strong nation state. They really don't. And that's why we see so many political movements that are cross borders, right, in the Muslim world. So
I think
the Muslim world is never going to accept a non-Muslim imposition within Israel. It doesn't actually matter that it's Jews. If it was Zoroastrians or Hindus, I mean, they also would feel that way.
Is it the reason why Syria is getting messed up, and Lebanon is getting messed up, because they are not that kind of like super Muslim state, because they are Syria is secular, and then Lebanon is almost mostly Christian in the beginning. Now they are mostly Muslim. So it's like there is could this be the reasoning why insurgencies are being funded by some of these Arab countries, maybe Saudi, maybe Qatar or Iran, but Iran is not Arab, it's Persian. So could it be the reason? And then Palestine is just yet another one of this. It's just that it's easy because it's Jews. Because once you have Jews, it's easy. You can use the holy text and then just whack them. So because I found the Israeli guy that I was watching, he does make very good points that they are all Semitic. Like the Palestinian people are Semitic people as well. So when you say anti-Semitism, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's always anti-Jew. You can be anti-Palestine as well, and they should be one people. And I find that is very attractive idea that they should live peacefully together, and they should bind together so strongly to fight against the rest of the Arab world and stay strong. And if that can be succeeded, that would be beautiful. But the thing is, we are still, I don't think I will even see it in my lifetime, tentatively speaking, because you need a very powerful leader on the Palestinian side to champion for that. Who is that guy that died? The PLO
Arafat.
leader previously.
Yes,
although Arafat is not that leader yet, but he's powerful enough to get people together. But now it's a mess again. And whoever that is in charge, the guy, I forgot his name, in Palestine, the Palestinian Authority, he's not the guy. He just don't have the command of the authority. He don't even dare to run an election because he feel that he will lose the election, which is why there's no election in West Bank. And nobody asks about it. Nobody talks about when is the next election. Nobody push, because that is not the norm in the Arab world, and nobody wants to talk about it. So,
hey, look, I want to respond to Joseph Stalin in the chat. This guy's you're totally wrong, man. You're saying most of the tribes in the Arab world came across European ideas like nationalism and formed their own states and broke away from them. See, that's only true, arguably for Turkey. Maybe for Iran. I don't think you can make that argument for Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Palestine, Israel. Well, Israel's a whole other story. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, even. All of these countries were basically were carved up by the British and French, right? And really, this is the point I'm trying to make, is that it's not actually about the Jews. The Jews are the proximate cause here. But really, this is a crusade against the British. The problem is not that there's a Jewish state necessarily, but that there's a state that was created by the British and is still basically a Western imposition on the Muslim world. And that's also why you see Al-Qaeda is so anti-Saudi, anti the Saudi government, because Saudis are stooges of the Americans, who are a continuation of the British, right? That's the issue here.
Yeah. So,
but I would encourage you, Joseph, to jump on the open mic, man, and talk.
Yeah. So my understanding is that most of these, so there is always a lot of tribes competing in the entire Arab world. Always, there's always a lot of different tribes, and the tribe that are the monarchies nowadays, or that who are in power today, they are all the ones that decided to take Western help, and then they actually grow into power, because that's the only way. If you get the Western support, then you get weapons, money, trade, economy, and then eventually you will conquer the tribes that is you're fighting against. So which is why basically almost all the Arab states that you see today, they are actually all created and supported by the West. That is the reality. It's a very scary reality, and the fact that Israel is a bit special because Israel actually fought the British. They have this ultra right-wing group that actually conducted terrorist attacks against the British before the end of the mandate, and they drove the British away in a way. So and that's also the group that the pro-Palestinians keep pointing at and say that it's the Israeli that attacked the Arabs first. But actually I also don't know what is the real truth of those days. But so the Israeli has never been very they are not a colony, put it that way. They are not a colony. They do their own shit. If they are a colony, they wouldn't have struggled so hard, during the Arab-Israeli war. They would have gotten weapons from the West. The West don't even want to feed them weapons. They have to buy it through Czechoslovakia. So that's why the arguments by the pro-Palestinians, I can't take it, because it's like, they say that I don't believe history. I don't read history. They tell me to read more. I'm not sure it's me or them. I'm very confused.
They're totally emotional. They're totally emotional and totally uneducated on the history of Palestine, where they say things like, "Oh, Palestine has existed for thousands of years." That's not true at all. Palestine is totally a fiction that was created by the British. The British made it a Palestine. It was a administrative region within the Ottoman Empire. They're just Arabs. They're just Arabs who happen to live in that region, and then they call them Palestinians. That's all they are.
The land is called Palestine.
Dude, they're the natives. Palestine is the name for the natives.
Correct. So because the place is called Palestine. So the place has been known as Palestine since the Roman times. So sure, but they are Arabs living in Palestine, in the land of Palestine. It's just like Himalayas or the Alps, or Sinai. You don't call the people of Sinai Sinaians, right? You don't call the people of Himalayans, right? So they are Nepali or they are Indians. It's just that these people who are Arabs living in Palestine, now they are known as Palestinians. They are not a separate ethnic group. They are actually just part of the Arabs. But of course, people will just ban everything they want for propaganda purposes and it's successful. It's very successful. Now Palestinian is like a unique ethnic group. It's like as if they are Kurds. They are like Kurds. There is a very unique, very special that they must live there. No matter what, they must live there, and it becomes a problem because then you are forcing millions of people into destitute, into statelessness. That's actually what happened to the Palestinians. They have no states. The refugees that's outside of Palestine is more than the people inside of the land of Palestine and Israel. And just and another going back to the point of people are being emotional and not being factual or pragmatic about it. I posted on the Telegram, DPA Telegram. I say that if one day Palestine managed to suddenly get succeed independence and all the refugees can return to Palestine, they're going to have a problem in terms of population. Immediately they point it at, they look at it as a pro-Israeli thing, to condemn Palestine and say it's a good problem to have. And I didn't say that it's not a good problem to have. I'm just saying that it's a problem that they will face. But and people just can't stop fighting. They just can't stop. Pitting Israel versus Palestine, and you must be with them or with us. It's just so sick. Well,
why should they stop fighting, man? I this is the thing. It's like, what's so bad about fighting? All right, like, you think that the world would be better if it's just all peaceful, then we all live under the global homo empire with the UN at the charge of everything. Nobody's allowed to fight. Nobody owns any weapons, and everybody just listens to George Soros at the very top, and he runs the whole world. I mean, that's the only way that you're going to have nobody fighting, is if the whole world is under one political organization and everybody is in their little spot in their little tournament. Yeah, I mean, in their little pyramid, right? That's the only way it's going to work. The world is always going to be people fighting, and that's a good thing. It makes people men.
So right? For balancing purpose,
otherwise you're just going to have the world run by a bunch of feminine managers. This is super gay.
So I agree with that.
Deep state, Illuminati, Slava Illuminati. We are pro-global government. Just for balancing purpose.
The military complex is pushing this narrative. Is it? I mean, it's obviously profitable for the military complex.
Brought to you by Lockheed Martin. This program has been brought to you by Lucky.
Well, we need to speak about planes now because there's a good one in Ukraine.
So I want to raise this comment by Wendy Sheets. This is what I see like literally every single freaking day on Twitter, on Telegram. It's like, no matter what you say, it doesn't work because this is all they see. So change the name. Israel now you put Russia, and Palestine you put Ukraine. So should Ukraine not stop fighting? Should Ukraine fight all the way and not accept the Russians under their boot? Be under Russian boots. Should the Ukrainians accept it? Fight to the last Ukrainian.
They should fight to the last Ukrainian. They're right.
Fight to the last Ukrainian. So this is the same logic, you see. I do not change my point of view. My point of view has always been the same. The thing is that are you going to, you say all these things is easy because you just type. Try living there. You try seeing all the dead people.
I don't understand how you're so pro peace, man. I mean, you make your money from wars. You're literally called defense politics Asia. You know what I mean? Shouldn't you be pro war?
That's the purpose of the DPA. Because the war will always happen.
Yeah.
He's working for Lockheed Martin.
We should start using the DPA influence to start more wars. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't need to do anything. I just need to stay quiet and people will just go and fight. Just look at our chat. Just look at our chat now. There are people they're fighting already. We don't even need to do anything. They're already fighting.
I agree with Archimedes. Let's start a war. Does anybody like the Danes? I hate the Danes. Let's start a war with the Danes.
I would say one thing. Fighting is the way of the uneducated. The smart ones use their brain instead of their force. So
I love this comment, man. Wendy, well done. Come on, man. Come on now. Let's talk online because you type is very slow. You're just gonna keep getting trolled or burned by me. No,
you might as well come on the open mic.
Yeah, do it.
Anyway, hey, can we go
Russians
back to
the victims, right? It's the most crazy thing ever. The Russians are not the victims. The Russians are the invaders. The victims are the Donbas people. They are being used by both sides, by Russia and Ukraine. So so it's like I'm saying the same thing. Palestinian civilians in Gaza are the victims.
Hold on.
Israel is not the victim. No, the real victim is the Gazan civilians. Same thing. Donbas people are the real victims. It's not the Russians. It's not the Ukrainians. So this is.
You can make the argument that
just now I click the right icon.
The Russians are defending the Donbas.
But the thing is, the Russians are sending the Donbas militia to fight the hardest battle. That's what people don't say.
Yeah.
When Russia run out of troops, because the contract all finished, all the troops withdrew. Who is holding the line in Kherson? It's the Donbas people. The Donbas militias are the one holding the line in Kherson. They are the one getting whacked by the super September.
But it's okay. It's okay because they're the ones who are gonna benefit from the war. I mean,
if they die, if they stop the shell. So, but you see, that's the point. I say that they are the victim in the sense that they were oppressed by the Ukrainians, and then they are used as cannon foders first by the Russians, and then Misterlambo, are you typing or is it Archimedes?
No, that's my phone.
I play PlayStation.
A very loud keyboard. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you're fast typing.
Oh man, you don't know, dude. I'm a very fast typer. This is actually, I'm very proud of this. I'm an exceptionally fast typer.
Man, that was amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
I felt like your fingers divided into 5 each one.
Yeah. No man, 130 WPM, man. That's my.
Gabriel, go fight on Twitter more, or in Telegram chat more. You train your fingers to be really fast.
Did you saw the text typing on Telegram? It's fucking huge. It's like a book you need to read every time. No, joking. It's not
Can we talk about the Su-27 defectors?
Yeah!
Oh man,
yeah. That is a fucking big mess up from Ukrainians. That one is going to be.
There's a lot of crazy rumors going around about it.
Tell the story.
We can go over that real quick and then talk about some of the rumors.
Yeah, that was a big discussion. Actually, that was a very big topic. That was a big game changer for the Russians. What just happened? So I don't know if you. I don't know if you hear
the Russians were on the verge of running out of jet fighters.
But
and this single Ukrainian pilot.
In my opinion, we should still wait. There's a lot of psyops in the war, so we should still wait until there's any confirmation, like real confirmation or stuff like that.
No, Hello Kitty.
We shouldn't forget it's a war with propaganda.
We can't talk about it, Hello Kitty. I'm going to call you
Hello Kitty. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so cute. You're so cute.
I love you too.
Yeah, I mean, hey, let's just go over hey, Lambo, I'm sure you followed it because you're the plane guy.
I need to talk about it.
So just give us a rundown on the pilot, what you've heard or what they say is
I didn't read the latest updates, but the thing what happened is that a Ukrainian pilot, not a normal pilot, a higher ranked pilot, for what I'm hearing, flew with his Sukhoi 27, and they don't have a lot anymore of them, to Russia, landed on Russia, and say, "Hello, I'm here for you guys." Very short explains. Something like that.
To add on to that, he had apparently been working with them since the beginning of the war.
Yes, that is what
they said. He was a flight commander, so he may have been in charge of like maybe 4 or more aircraft, like a flight, whatever they would consider a flight. And I think they said maybe a major or something. And then there was people saying that he may have flown off with an Su-27 that had Storm Shadows on it. My understanding is that the Storm Shadows are only fitted to fire off of the Su-24s because they took some parts off of Tornadoes and were able to attach them to the pylons on the 24s in some kind of modification so they could fire the Storm Shadows. And that seems to make way more sense because the Tornado is a strike plane with variable swing wings. The Su-24, there's something there that's easier to match up and rig up. But the flanker, probably, if anything, it probably flew off with no weapons on it. And even if it did, it wouldn't matter because they already got them. So it's not like they're going to load it. It's more of an embarrassment. And the other thing, too, is it may derail, whether it's true or not or how true it is it may derail the whole F-16 project because now you can't really trust these guys. I mean, what if somebody would have flown an F-16? And granted, it's old, but still, a working model is a working model.
Yeah, but technically you technically can fix Storm Shadows on the Sukhoi 27. Why? Because that plane is huge, it's big. It's like they already launched. They are able to launch on the Sukhoi 57 or on the Sukhoi 35 or even on 34. They are able in the future to launch Kinzhals, also very big weaponry. These planes are huge, 2 times the size of an F-16 and the Sukhoi 27. So they are able. They technically are able. It's just to have a pylon fitable for the Storm Shadow. And Storm Shadow is controlled launch system. So it's not the plane normally that's going to direct, it's already programmed. So it's technically, it can be possible. And if it's really possible that they're starting to use Sukhoi 27s to launch Storm Shadows, because also Russians destroyed a lot of planes past weeks.
Yeah.
So they can be in a problem lacking of Sukhoi 24s. And they also can say, okay, yeah, we can use the Sukhoi 27. NATO provides solutions. Don't forget that the United States had a private company that owned 2 Sukhoi 27s. So they maybe could use these planes to see how it's fitable, blah, blah, blah. It can be possible. If it's really true that the story is correct about a Sukhoi 27 plus Storm Shadows, NATO is fucked. But very hard. They already fucked because
honestly, I think what probably happened was
that's why I'm not believing that he is already working with Russians since day one. I'm not believing that. Otherwise, they didn't lost boats in Sevastopol because the guy already going to tell them, okay, something is going to happen there and there. It's not a normal pilot. It's a pilot that's higher ranked that normally has more information than a normal pilot. So I don't believe that part really well. It can be possible. But even what's happening is that you can be 100% sure that the NATO is freaking out now because they are training Ukrainian pilots to fly F-16s, maybe Saab Gripens, maybe Mirage 2000 type Ds, because these are the French Storm Shadow carrier planes. And maybe my little mind is still thinking about the tornadoes, because tornado and United Kingdom don't use tornadoes at all from 3 years. All the tornadoes are auto service, and they normally still have them, so they're pretty usable for Ukrainians. So for me, it's the more logical solution to use the tornadoes of United Kingdom instead of the F-16s. But you can be 100% sure that Ukrainians and the NATO is fucking freaking out for that situation, because actually they can't trust any pilot anymore.
Okay. The thing is that I've been following this guy that actually collaborated with this Ukrainian pilot. His name is Voivoda something on Telegram, and he was doing it all by himself. He's a pilot of Alligator of K-52 chopper. And he did it by himself, and he says it's zero cost to state of Russia that he brought these guys, because he is only one that was discussing with few of the Ukrainian pilots, and something happened that he gave up on the rest of them, and this one just had to leave. They couldn't wait for F-16 to deliver F-16 with this pilot. So this was the guy that cooperated with with Russia, and with Russian defense to get him over with Su-27, and he didn't mention any Scalpel or the Storm Shadow with it, but it's that this was just a personal action of one pilot, a Russian pilot, right, that did this, and that's all the story. He posted some video clips of him talking, explaining, but it's all in Russian, and I don't really give time to translate all of it to understand it. So he gives a lot of updates, but he also keeps quiet until later date. He'll give more updates on it, but that's how much is known.
If you think about it, a couple of weeks ago, there was a story about how they lost 5 aircraft over a week or a couple of days. And then I saw a story the other day, I think it was like Defense Weekly. They said how they had shot down 24 aircraft over a short span of time, and they were blaming it on the A-50s coordinating with the S-300s on the ground, and they bagged, no one knows for sure if those numbers are true, but maybe if what they're saying, one of the reasons this pilot bailed is because of something happened, maybe that's indicating that something happened, and maybe it wasn't 24 or 29, maybe it was 10 or 15, but in their case, that's still a massive amount of planes and pilots to potentially lose. So maybe it doesn't prove anything, but maybe it adds credence to the recent high losses in the Ukrainian Air Force, maybe causing this guy to rethink things and bail out. Because, you said it yourself, he claims something happened. The only thing I can think of that happened recently in the last few weeks with the Air Force is those 2 big stories about massive losses. So he was like, fuck this, I'm out. And I think with the aircraft, as a saboteur, I think it's already embarrassing enough that they lost the pilot in the Su-27. So I think all this shit about, it had Storm Shadows on it and this and that is just to try and make it more embarrassing. And I think once it sorts out, you're going to find out he probably just took a strip, a Su-27 and got the hell out of there. Maybe he had some weapons on it. But I'm sure
why is more embarrassing is that this is the zero cost. He said zero cost, so they didn't bribe him with anything. Like that Russian pilot that took $500,000 to take that Me-8 over.
Maybe the guy was a shoulder to cry on after a bad week and a lot of friends died, so he talked him into it, Like, hey, man, you don't need to die for this. You should get out of there. You got a plane. Why don't you just leave? Leave
and we're only going to give you maximum security and the hose and blah, blah, blah. And if you're giving
arrange for him ahead of time to tell him what frequency to call once he was in the air to clear a lane to fly in and land. Who knows? They might even send up an aircraft like an Su-57 to escort him in.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
The thing
It
is,
was
about,
I'm sure he was locked up the whole way, all the way in. I mean, he wasn't going to get away. I mean, he could have turned around and changed his mind and got away maybe, but he wasn't going to fly in and pull some stunt, you know.
Yeah, if he was working for Intel for Russia, gave information and noticed he was in danger, that they were suspecting him of some stuff, and just took the plane and fly off for his own safety, all arranged with Russia for his safety, getting a new house.
You can imagine maybe he went on a patrol, and once he got to his designated patrol area, he made contact on a different radio frequency that he was given. And then they made arrangements to create a channel or a lane for him to fly into to an airport.
Either Nico, what do you have to say?
I just want to say real quick that Vor made a good point with the thing with Storm Shadows, making it more embarrassing for the Ukrainians. Ryber analyzed for months how many aircrafts of the Ukrainian Air Force went up air and launched Storm Shadows, and they analyzed like how many aircrafts would be able to carry Storm Shadows, and they came to the number of 5. And after a certain point, the Ukrainians only launched like 7 to 8 Storm Shadows, so they came to the conclusion that one of the Sukhoi 24s or 25s got destroyed by the Russians. So the point that the Sukhoi 27 can carry Storm Shadows is not that high, so it's more like psyops.
It's because you're losing this. What I am thinking is just because you're all losing the Sukhoi 24s. Ukraine
I don't think so.
At Ukraine in 2021, something like that, they had an active service. They had about 20 Sukhoi 24s. But since the Soviet area, they had 120. They bought from Russia, so from the USSR, they bought in total 120 Sukhoi 24. So they had 120 in service. It was the same thing like Sukhoi 25s before the war. So even in 2014, they had something like 35 in active service. And to 2022, they doubled, tripled the numbers. Why? They put them back into service. And all these 100 Sukhoi 24s were not destroyed, or some maybe were destroyed, definitely, but they had some in non-active service, and they could use them for spare parts to put them back into service. Of course, the last months, like you say, and it's like every time they're launching Storm Shadows is like by 8, something like that.
It's 10. It was like 10.
Yeah.
Like 10, and then after a certain time,
and I've even heard that like they've only got so many launch platforms, and the other ones they use for EW. So maybe they send up like 10 Su-24s. Half of them launch Storm Shadows, the other half do the jamming, or just I guess bait kind of planes and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and also
the thing is, it's like it sounds like whatever they did was some kind of modification. Like I said, it sounded the way I understood it, and this is really basic, is let's just say, for lack of a better description, they took the weapons pylons off tornadoes and mounted them on.
I told during the F16 open voice recording. I told that they used the tornado pylons.
But that might be a tedious process or a lengthy process, so maybe that's why they don't have very many. Or maybe whoever has the tornadoes didn't want to have a bunch of them chopped up like that to make Ukrainian spare part Frankenstein.
British one, because they don't are in service anymore.
Yeah, well, I know. I'm just saying, but still, I mean, they gave Ukraine 14 Challenger 2s, but then they turned around like 6 months later and chopped up 24 for scrap. They didn't give those to Ukraine, so I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, maybe however they took those off, maybe there's a way to take, put new ones on or put replacement parts on it. Because it sounds like it was something just in the launch mechanism. But I mean, Maybe it's a difficult thing
if they
to
are
do.
able to modify a Sukhoi 24, they are able to modify a Sukhoi 27. That's my way of thinking.
Oh, I would
And
assume they could, but I just don't think they have. I think because everything I've seen, it was all about the 24s.
I never hear about it. I never read it about it. It's just my way of thinking that maybe a solution, because they lost a lot of Sukhoi 24s last weeks.
Yeah.
I also seeing how they're doing
the
their
29s they've had left a pretty hard hit, it seems like, too.
Yeah, and they just attacked them over the Black Sea. Why? Because they had the help of the NATO also. They had the AWACS help from the NATO. They had the Global Hawk that was tracking also, sending attackers to do some fake planes, some fake storm shadows with their attackers. And they only use the storm shadows to attack Crimea, to attack Sevastopol. That's the only way. The last strikes I read about it was these type of strikes. Why? They flew over the Black Sea, and Russia is afraid for the moment to operate over the Black Sea also. But now they're going to change that, I hope, and they are starting to bully the global hosts also. But there is a problem with Ukraine that they're lacking of planes, and now they lost one to Russia.
Yeah, but
I think they hit another airfield last night too. So
that's true.
They're obviously targeting operational sites, and who knows, maybe there was something there that they were going. Because I mean, if I was the Ukrainians, I assume they're doing this is they got one plane here, 2 planes there, another 2 here. Because they can't have them fuckers there all in one place. I mean, honestly, I'll give them credit for being able to keep operating the numbers they are, helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, just because, I mean, they know where every base is. They know where every pop-up helicopter forward air operating, refueling part is, I mean, they probably know where every damn piece of fucking road is in Ukraine that's big enough and long enough to land a plane on.
They're going to know it now with that pilot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like, I give them credit for being able to maintain some kind of operations just because they literally probably have to take off from one place and land somewhere else, because if they go back to the place they took off, they'll probably get bombed. Or they'll be a
that's going to be a big problem with the F-16.
Getting tagged 70 miles behind the lines, parking or in a revment. So, they take off one place and land somewhere else because they,
I know you can also 1,000. You can be 1,000% sure also now that the F-16 delivery is going to be delayed.
Yeah, so I would think this whole scenario plays it just because,
They already said that it's going to be delayed for another up to 6 months. They're gonna check every pilot now, Ukrainian pilot, to double check him, triple check him, and all that. Because if he could have waited for a little bit longer, for 2 more months, maybe he would have gotten to fly F-16 and then cross over with it. That would be a rage.
How they gonna do? How they gonna do the check? It's like, you're gonna steal that? Is the question they're gonna make?
They're going to ask to pinky swear if they are not working with the Russians. Can you pinky swear?
Can you trust these people? If they say
on
no?
Rumble, right? On Rumble, Red Neutralis floated this possibility. He said that the defector is actually a paid actor or agent by the United States to give them an excuse not to send F-16 to Ukraine.
I don't think Americans.
That's a good possibility,
I mean, he was not a US agent, but like things is getting shittier. Then he said that, why not the United States CIA maybe contacted him and said, why not you defect with the plane, because you can save your life, and then we can save our planes. And we'll pay for it. If you go to Russia, we'll give you money, and you can live a good life even if the Russians don't give you money.
How much are you gonna get if you get F-16 to Russia?
I don't think you get much, because F-16 has been sold to a lot of countries.
I would think that you get to sit at a table across from Putin while he just has the biggest shitty grin.
Guys,
because
Russia's got tons of F-16s, guys. It's not a new plane. They've got tons of them kicking around.
The thing is that the Russians shouldn't underestimate it.
It's the Storm
I
Shadows.
know,
and then the new
nothing
MRAMs.
beats like having a live,
the Storm Shadow,
usable,
that would be a
serviceable
good thing.
aircraft.
I think
It's
the
not so
valuable
much
thing
about
is
plane.
the
What plane
the
is.
valuable thing
It's
is the
about
latest MRAMs. I think the latest MRAMs are the valuable because they are totally different from the the early days ones, and then also the ones are the Storm Shadows. I think those are Russia would really love to have them because then they will know that how does it match up to their own Kinzhals and everything.
They already have some stuff that kind of looks like them, and then they've shot them down and had them crash, so it's not like they can't study
Shadow V,
that.
what are you saying? Shadow V, what do you say?
The AGM-88, the anti-radiation missile. The missile will hunt radar air defense.
It sounds like a game, man, with a lot of toys. But a lot of people are dying. There's a lost generation of young people in Ukraine. The average age of army soldier right now is 43. That's what I heard. So basically, they don't have any more young people. They're all dead. It's very sad.
I mean, I'm not a statistician, but I would be curious to see how that works.
No,
to
my
make
understanding
the
is
jump
that
go that high. How many people do you have to lose to make the fucking jump go from, like, let's say the average age is like 22 to fucking 43? Like, how many fucking people have been taken off the field, dead or alive, to make it jump that fucking much?
A whole generation, man.
Oh, I know that. But I mean, I'm just saying, like,
Vaughn, to
in
answer
my
your
mind,
question,
I can't even wrap my head around that. Like,
Vaughn, to
just
answer your
gone.
question, and I got a background. I got a background in stats and economics, and without actually doing the calculations off the top of my head, yeah, I'm guessing the average age out there right now is pushing 60. If we're to believe that 43 is the average age, right? If the average age is 43, the majority of the people out there are up in their 50s and 60s.
Yeah,
but
I think
you got to remember that
I'm not out of line to say there's no more 18 to 30-year-olds left, right?
Sure. Yeah.
There's nobody under 30
fighting.
left, pretty much.
They've
So
been
if you
fighting
look at
for
the
10
photos
years
released by the
now.
Ukrainian, so if you look at
So
the photos
many of
released by
them
the
are
Ukrainian
invalids.
ministry, so I was saying, if you look at the photos released by the Ukrainian military, you can see that most of the guys are in the 50s and 60s. Like, it's very often that you see very old guys that is on it, and also that about the young guys. I believe that there is a law that allows Ukrainian that are still in university, that kind of age, 18 to 21, they are not allowed to be conscripted into the or mobilized.
I saw video
for how long?
these people in the university pick up students to go to the front line. There's video on Telegram.
They chose what the universities, what type of the occupations are allowed to be deducted. So they split who have the right to stay in university and who has like fake jobs, or fake use of university just to get out of the.
Basically,
but you got to remember,
if your parents got money, you don't go to the front line. That's it.
You got to recall that they've been fighting for 10 years now. Just a second.
If you fail your exam, you go to the front.
They've been fighting for 10 years now. So that's why there's so many young guys that are been for a couple of years in fights, and many with lost limbs that not sent to the front anymore. So that's why there's easy to jump from the young average age to 43, because most of them are now 35, 30, 40. That's how it should work. And you can see them.
Another thing too, just by following these units and some of the pictures they post, I mean, it's all anecdotal, obviously, but there's a lot of old guys in the pictures in all these units, and I'm talking like I can't tell because I don't know them, and obviously people age differently, but for sure in their late 40s and 50s for sure. And I'm talking dudes with lots of gray hair. If you saw the dude on the street, somewhere else, he'd probably be wearing like some baggy pants and a jacket and walking to the market. You would look at him and go, oh yeah, he's a stormtrooper.
Like to your point before,
and they're all body shapes and sizes. I mean, it's just it's like a hodgepodge. They just went down the street and collected a bunch of people and threw camo on them.
Well, to your point before, what's the average age? So what's the average age for a military? I don't know, but let's say for argument's sake, it's 25, right? So to go from 25 to 43 on average, that's like I was saying before, your median has to be up in its 50s or maybe even 60 to get you to an average of 43. Like, it's fucked. That has to be an ancient military by any military standards in the history of the world. Like, that's an old, like, that's us, guys. It's definitely me. I can't fight a war.
Yeah.
They started recruiting women. I saw a video of drone blowing up a bomb, 5 blondies on the front line in Ukraine. You understand me? So it's they're running out of men, and they started recruiting women. So I don't know, it's crazy.
Don't make fun of old people. There is a grandpa there that took out I think it was a MiG-29 with
which is good.
Raffle.
No, he shot down an Su-57 with his nose in the guy.
Yeah. So
Nico. The reason why my finger was up is I just wanted to wait until I could ask my question. We are always talking about Ukrainian casualties, how much can it take, etc., etc. How much can the Russians take? I think it's a question we should ask ourselves too. Of course, Putin is really many people like him in Russia, etc. But it's numbers don't lie after a certain point. It's always important to look at the casualties on the Russian side too. And I just want to put a question into the room. How much can
Let him finish, man. Let him finish, man.
I just wanted to ask, just put it in the room. How many casualties do you think can the Russians take until the Russian public can become really mad? That's just a question from my side. I'm just really neutral. I'm just interested.
I can answer that one.
Misterlambo.
10 times this much.
I say 1 million in total.
Yeah.
In total.
Yeah, at least. The thing is, for the moment, the casualty ratio is 1 to 5. Per Russian that dies, you have 5 Ukrainians that dies. That's the reality for the moment, actually. A sort of way of what we are knowing. So for the moment, in casualties, you have like 400,000 Ukrainians that died, and less than 100,000 Russians. Propaganda says different.
I don't believe everything that comes from the BBC, because they are really good with propaganda. But they've been from day one. They've been investigate the laws on Russia side, because the BBC is still in Russia. They never left. They're still in Russia, and the number are pretty low. The BBC numbers are really, really low. Even some people say over 35,000 people died on Russia side. The BBC is only on 29,000. And BBC got the chance to double this number because they don't give a fuck. So I don't think there is too many.
I think
the Ukrainians.
The Russians. I mean, I think they would absorb a few 100,000 casualties if the end result is everything east of the Dnieper, Transnistria linked up, Odessa. I think they'd be happy with that. Because, I mean, it's, again, I say this, it's anecdotal, but I mean, I'm trying to watch a lot of stuff and just get reads on stuff and people. And my opinion is the Russian society is completely, by all appearances, I'm sure there's discontent and people that ain't, but the majority of the Russian people are fully invested in this war. They're fully invested in the end game. They're fully into this war culture, soldiers, defend the motherland, protect the motherland. I mean, so that's going to go a long way for them to hit before they hit a point that they don't like it. Because like I said, if the end result is they get what they want, it was worth the cost. I mean, look what they did. Look what they lost in World War II. but they still are proud as fuck for that, and they understand how much they lost. And this is
26
not
million.
Everyone
it's a threat to them, and they're going to deal with it. And
Nico, to answer your question,
okay,
the Russians are going to lose as many as it takes in order to get the outcome that they need. End of story. And you know, there's no pullback from them at all.
The thing is,
yeah, and when I say 100,000, I mean I just assume that that's probably what it may end up costing if it goes really bad. But I don't really see why they would all of a sudden do crazy shit and take all kinds of losses, because the ground and pound thing works, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, once in a while they push out and take some casualties and do some different tactics like around Avdiivka and take some losses. But the most part, it's just bomb them, creep up, clear them, bomb them, creep up, clear them. So, I mean, there's no reason for them to ever get to that high of a casualty rate if they keep doing that. And
the thing is,
whatever it is don't matter as long as they get what they want. I mean, it's justifiable to the people. Because, I mean, like I said, to me, they're fully bought in. I mean, that's why it's scary that Western leaders are talking about trying to start these wars with China and Russia. It's like, bro, our people are not united like the Chinese population appears to be, or the Russian population appears to. I mean, they're not having problems getting volunteers and people signing up and enlisting. You know, we're like scrambling and making 800 guys, recruiters over a weekend just to try to cover what we can't make up. I mean,
but
I'm just saying there's just a lot of things that are in their favor.
Go ahead,
right
Nico.
I can understand it, but I can understand all your points, but we shouldn't forget, you brought up the arguments about World War I and World War II, about the high casualties of the Russians, fully understand it, and the mentality of the Russians is, of course, completely different than of Western nations, for example, Germany, where I'm living, or the US, but we still should not forget that even Russia has changed over the last couple of decades in terms of mentality, in terms of that.
Of course.
So that's why I'm asking. So I'm just really curious about your
opinion. I agree with what you're saying. I just think
let's listen to what they talking about. What Russians talking about is new security architecture for the Europe. That's their aim goal for this war. They basically fighting with the West now through Ukraine, right? So they are looking for the extension of the war until they can get Western countries to sit down and negotiate about a new security architecture. Basically, Russians demand that all the NATO installations, nuclear installations, are moved back to the 97 line. Not NATO membership, but NATO installations. Basically, nuclear, all those the radars and all of it that will move to Poland, they ask him to move it back. That's what they aiming for, and they're gonna, because in Second World War it was really critical. It was the half of the country was occupied, so you can expect that high of the casualties. Because this is actually on a different territory war, you cannot expect that high of casualty for the state to take and to accept it, right? So 20%, that was 20% of their population at the time. So you cannot expect to lose 20% of population for this aim. There's probably going to be 1 or 2% of population that they can lose for this purpose. That's what you can expect, right? And that aim, because the way they fight is really extendable to long time, to, you know, they get in different population, not so many from the Moscow region, but most of them from the country areas, from the villages, where the people don't have such a high paying jobs like in the western part of Russia. So they get in the villagers to move in to join the army, to get 10 times better wage while they're soldiering than what they can get in their village. Let's say the wage in a village is about 30,000 rubles. That's really that's what they're saying. While they're receiving 200,000 rubles if they're as soldiers when they sign a contract, and every wound is about 300,000 rubles, and that is 3 million rubles. So that's what they're working on. Also getting the villagers to move in, to how to say as a part of the economic transformation for to clump people in bigger units in bigger cities, because the bigger cities are successful, villages are not successful. That's the future. That's how every Western country went through. That the villages are not so successful, but the big cities are. Bigger the city, it works better for the people. A better financial outcome, and that's my thinking. So I'm thinking maybe 10 times as much as they lost, they can lose in the future in order to achieve this. But in order to achieve this, they will have to take all of the Ukraine, not just Russian part, but all of the Ukraine will have to be under their control.
That not necessarily.
I don't really think, because if you compare to Second World War, you speaking about soldiers of multiple countries also for the Germans. Well, not only the Germans they were fighting also as enemies, but also during Second World War. Also, did Stalin also they gave the soldiers, Russian soldiers, one-way tickets. So you need to go fight. You're not allowed to come back, otherwise you are.
I don't know where did you get that idea. Did you get that from Western propaganda?
Anyway,
did you get that idea from Western propaganda?
But I'm not finished. I am not finished, boss.
Oh,
I'm not finished.
Fuck's sake.
I am not finished. No. I want to respond also, because I'm reading the comments on the Facebook the YouTube comments. We have a few pro-Ukrainians on board. So hi guys, nice to watch it. But
hide those that are from Twitter.
I am not talking bullshit about the casualty. You just need to stop to watch the Russian media and stop to watch the pro-Ukrainian YouTube channels, because they never going to tell you how many Ukrainians are dead. Never. Try to find it. You're never going to find it. They only say how many Russians multiply by a lot. The reality, I say maybe 1 to 5. It can be 1 to 4. You don't need to believe me. You don't need to believe us. Believe what you think you want to believe. And you need to really understand that, guys. But the rate of
I think the other thing is too is at different times during on the battlefield in different battles, the casualty rate is going to be different. 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5. I mean, Bakhmut was probably some crazy ass shit.
Yeah, that was 1 to 7.
Adivka might be crazy. Robotny's going to be crazy, but maybe the Kherson, marshland and Kherson's really won't be that high, because it's not a lot of guys, and there's not a whole lot they can do other than call artillery on each other and maybe try to ambush each other. But other places, maybe Kremenaya is not going to be that bad compared to Adivka or Robotny. I mean,
but I just want to say to the guys that are busy in the chat that are busy. I just want to say to the guys that are busy in the chat. I don't know what you're informed to, but if you're only watching pro-Ukrainian stuff on YouTube, if you're only watching the news, you don't going to know nothing about what's really happening. We are following multiple Telegram sources. You can also see a lot on the Twitter sources. What you're seeing from the reality that's not pro-Western is 10 times worse than what you see on the news. And even now, check the news. They don't even talk about Ukraine anymore.
You don't have to take my word for it. You could take von der Leyen's word, 100,000 dead officers, or you could take Nikki Haley's words last week when she talked about when Russia invaded, that thug invaded, there's 500,000 dead now. She's not talking about dead civilians.
How would she know?
How would she know? And she knows because she's in that loop of people.
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah.
she let it slip, just like Van der Leyen let it slip. So, I mean, who knows? Is it 100,000? Is it 500,000? Is it somewhere in between? Either way, that's a shitload of dead motherfuckers. And it's coming out of people on their side, whether it's intentional or not. Somebody's, somebody's right.
You Americans are in for a treat if that woman wins the election,
She's not going to win. Don't even worry about it. That lady's done. She don't even know. She's more done than the Ukrainian war.
So the biggest part is
she said that during the debate when she was getting cornered on something and she had to throw a fact out to try and prove that she was smart. And she said 500,000. And I'm like, well, no one's claiming there's 500,000 dead civilians in Ukraine. So obviously she's not talking about civilians. Even if she said she was, okay, 100,000 civilians. What's the other 400?
Yep.
So
and actually there are already more dead civilians.
Von der Leyen and all the other flibs they've had through the year. It's a lot.
The best part we're just going to know after the war. When they're going to clear up the buildings.
You won't even know then because it's going to take years. I mean, think about all the dead bodies buried in Bakhmut, all the dead bodies buried in the trenches, in the bunkers.
Yeah,
all the guys that just got blown into smithereens into nothing.
Yeah.
Like in the trenches, like the videos in the trenches, like you had multiple layers of dead bodies. You had like dead bodies of last week, then you had another layer of 2 days ago, then you had another layer of the day it was filmed. You could see fucking 3 layers of dead bodies. Only one hand sticking out, then the half of a body.
These are the dead bodies from the summer. These are the guys from the fall. These are the guys from the winter.
Yeah. That's a fucking reality. And the Ukrainians don't.
How are you going to find all these motherfuckers?
It's like the Earth's crust.
Yeah.
Like the dinosaur, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's messed up about it. You're probably, think about it. How they go out on the Eastern Front and dig up like trenches and find bodies and stuff in there. Imagine they'll probably find that shit 80 years from now, just like they do now on the treasure hunter channels.
Right?
You'll find some dead Ukrainian in a trench. The only good thing will be is you can pull the cell phone out of its plastic baggie and pull the SIM card out, and you'll get another little piece of history that you never knew existed.
That actually happened earlier on in the conflict. I remember when they were digging trenches, the Ukrainian side, they dug up a bunch of bodies from World War II. So yeah you're probably right.
I mean, think about it. There'll be some dumbass from like that World War II history hunter guy. He'll be on a trip to the Donbass and throw his magnet in a fucking pond. Oh, look, a javelin, or whatever the fuck he finds.
Yeah, I think we're still finding in Belgium bullshit of
David in Donbass now.
He'll be like, look, I found a storm shadow.
Yeah, but we're still finding in Belgium things of First World War. Shells, bombs, helmets, guns. We still find things that are more than 100
And then you think
years
of all
old.
the landmines and air deployed mines, artillery deployed mines. That place is going to be blown up for.
And don't forget contamination.
Yeah.
So one advice.
I think
will
nobody's
give-
going to dig in this area for a long time.
So my advice for anyone that is watching, especially those maybe watching after this, not watching live, is that if you want to know what's the real situation, be observant of what is actually happening. For example, look at the pictures. Who are the people who are fighting? What is the age they are fighting? Why would it be so old? This group of people, some of these POWs are being interviewed. Look at the consistency. Does it fit with some of the things that come out from Ukraine that reflects the similar sentiment or similar rumors that is currently happening? For example, people getting caught off the street. Some of the rumors like the mentally retarded or some people who have terminal illness getting sent to the front. Is it being reflected by the people that is being captured who surrendered without fighting? You can actually kind of piece together what is the reality somewhat, and you can do the same thing for the Russian side as well. Is the Russians really low on morale? Are they really lacking of soldiers? Are they really have a lot of casualties? You can actually slowly piece out all these things. You just observe the action, the decision being made. Like why is the F-16 keep being delayed? Why? Aren't they desperate for war? what happened to the leopard ones? Why? No, then you will know that the situation within Germany, these leopard ones are actually in very bad conditions.
Forget the leopard. Where the fuck are the challenge to?
Here's a question. Here's a question for everybody. Why won't the Ukrainians let Western media on the front lines?
Exactly. Why don't we see them? Why?
Right? You don't see them.
Dangerous.
It's too dangerous.
Dangerous.
I mean, think about it. You can't have one of them dumb fucks from MSNBC get smoked by a 152 Krasnopol on the 5 o'clock news. Some hot blonde from Fox with her body armor on gets vaporized by a cornet.
But I mean, to Wyatt's point, that kind of tells you the story without telling you the story, right?
And that's why I was asking my question, just to get some different views.
Dead girls, somewhere around 11 known dead girls on Ukrainian side. I think this year, yeah, there were some snipers and those volunteers that were in trenches. So in total, around 11 known pictures. With pictures I've seen.
Yeah. So anyone can actually, if you follow enough, I follow on a daily basis. I'm quite sure many of the people on the panel, watch on a daily basis all the different channels and everything. So you can get a sense. You don't have to listen to YouTubers, like me. I'm basically informing people who have no time to basically follow. Anyone who follow on the daily basis, they are not worse off than me. To be honest, that's a reality. All the experts that you see on TV, they are not. From my experience through this war, I really lost respect for the word expert because fuck no what expert. I'm watching the war daily. 100% sure that person is not spending as much time as me, on the Ukraine war. Then the thing that they say is like, what the hell are you talking about? So
hey, why? If you really wanna be informed, watch just Sky News or BBC. They are always
to the Dennis.
Always
Dennis, that Ukrainians asshole.
Okay, Vaughn.
I was gonna say another thing. You can I'll watch, like I said, history legends and stuff, but like some of the technical stuff, like Brian Berlick's good. I mean, he talked about the whole suppression of enemy air defense concept and how NATO and the United States train and what their success rates were in training. And this is all backed up by sources and stuff, so you can check what he says and read what he read and draw whatever conclusion you want, whether it's the same as his or different. And that's the thing. You can see stories. You hear something, units mentioned. Maybe you remember seeing a story. Like when these people want to sit here and shit on aircraft and tanks. Oh, it's it ain't as good as this or ain't as good as that. It's like, go back a couple years before the war and pull the videos up about what the people were saying about the aircraft specs or the tank specs. I mean, even if it wasn't anything good, they'll probably a more honest review of what they thought the capabilities were of the Su-57 or an upgraded T-72 BV3 with thermals and stuff, instead of anything done in the last year and a half where it's like, Russia tank junk, everybody. It's like, yeah, it may not be as good as all the Western tanks and stuff, but there's a lot of good upgrades that have been made that make them, competitive on the modern battlefield. And obviously we see it in Ukraine, there's no big long range tank duels. So that hasn't even really mattered. But I mean, just stuff like that, just check stuff like that, read stuff, these guys talk about it. You can go look up the articles and stuff. Most of these guys link that stuff because they don't want to get called out, especially guys like Berlick and stuff like that. I mean, his bread and butter is his sources and links, because if he's spreading bullshit, people are going to shut him down real quick. I mean, you don't have to like his conclusions, but he is presenting real data and information, so you can decide for yourself.
One thing about Brian Berlick, he always get his information from the West media.
Yeah, see, that's another thing I like too. He uses Western sources, so people can't say
if he's lying, the mainstream media is lying. He just go out. He just knows how to get the information.
Yeah, I mean,
He always on point.
Yeah, it's like the whole SEAD thing. All his sources were from the Air Force and the Department of Defense. It wasn't like shit he got from a Russian website, or a Russian YouTuber. He's quoting the stuff that they said from their own papers and, after action reports on their training. So, he's not making it up. I mean, like I said, you don't have to like what he's saying, but he's just pointing stuff out for you to take into consideration when they tell you, oh, the Storm Shadow's a game changer. Oh, the Harm is going to take out all these S-300s. It's like, yeah, they will take out some, but the reality is even when you have a highly trained, well-equipped Air Force with aircraft specifically tailored to that particular operation, they're still saying they only have a 19% success rate. So there's no way in hell the Ukrainians are having any kind of real success at all just because they have limited training. It's a slap job. I mean, if an F-16 pilot's been training to do that for years, is got a 20% success rate, what's some guy that got 4 months time on the system going to have in an environment that's way more intense than a training environment too?
Yeah. Anyone who went through the military will know. No, that's the only way I can put it. 4 months.
It's a good testing ground for different platforms of weapons they got. So now they got their chance to test out what they have built up so far, in regard to airplanes and storm shadows and defense and attack. So they got the perfect opportunity to do so. What
think about all this stuff.
What scares me the most is it looks like setting a stage for the next big thing. First was the Corona, then you got Ukraine, how they mobilize everybody. So in regard to how they're gonna mobilize if the shit hits the fan and this becomes bigger than it is now, they're gonna probably do the same thing in the States. They're gonna forcefully mobilize all the mandate they need, if that's possible. What do you think, Wayne? Huh?
No, there ain't gonna be no forceful mobilization in the United States. That's one thing you can take pleasure in. Unlike those poor bastards in Ukraine, when they show up to try to take people's kids away, they'll get shot dead in the street. I mean, I'm not even being hyperbolic or nothing. I mean, there's the American public is so far away from being down for that. I mean, it would be you're gonna have to fight a war here before you ever get to the war over there. I mean, ain't nobody gonna let their kids go over there.
That was probably the feeling
before
all the
military veterans that are telling their kids not to join. They're like, yeah, when I was in, it was good, it was different. Oh, when Grandpa was in, it was different. Don't join now. And these are families that have lengthy traditions, and they're like, don't do it. Maybe wait a few years. Try later, but not now. So
I mean, how was it done during the Vietnam War? How was it done during the Vietnam War? How do they manage to get so many people to fight in Vietnam?
They drafted
you had the draft.
It was,
So is it considered forceful
drafting with volunteers? I mean, my dad was a volunteer. He didn't get drafted. He went to college, became a pilot, then volunteered so he could get more pilot training off the Army.
So the draft is actually a volunteer system?
No, the draft, your number comes up, you get called up, it's time to go. So he could have gotten he thought he was going to get drafted, so he just volunteered ahead of time.
Just like Russian conscription, that's what draft is. Russian conscription or American draft.
It was the conscription in the United States.
So wouldn't this be the
you guys need to watch the comments. There is a pro-Ukrainian.
I told. That's why I started to talk about this pro-Ukrainian comments on the church.
It's just a waste of time.
I invited the guys to come on, but none of them. They're all too cowardly to come on. So
we have a Ukrainian name also. Ukrainian something bullshit that is reacting.
Oh, that one. I saw some more information coming out. They're saying that not only did Denis Davydov smuggle himself out of Ukraine to dodge his summons to military service, he was actually just dressed as a woman when he was sneaking out of Ukraine to Romania.
What's his name again? Denis or something like that?
Western values.
His name is
Ukraine combat footage. Come with us. Join us and tell your story.
Hey guys,
I'm just saying the guy dressed like a woman and escaped a war that he's on every day, encouraging.
Did anyone
he's
of
not,
you
he's
see
not willing
this?
to fight, but he's going to sit there every day and tell people, "Oh, the Russians are dying, and you should die for Zelensky." And look how good we're doing. When he knows damn well what's going on, because he's outside the area, so it's not like he can't look up real shit. He can't watch.
There's another story about Dennis is that and the comments are reading. He broke his arm to avoid conscription, and after that he fled the country. That's a good one.
Is it real or trolling? No, I can't tell. No, is it trolling or is it real? I can't tell.
No, that's what another channel was talking about, and they've been on him a lot. So they were saying that they've got more information that he actually disguised himself as a woman when he was smuggled to Romania.
Well, he's a very pretty man.
So it's not, the only thing I know for sure that's true is he got summonsed for the military service and he escaped military service. How he did it, was he disguised as a woman? Whatever, I have no idea if that's true or if people just say that because they hate him. The only thing I know is that he was summoned and he smuggled himself out to escape.
Where is he now? Where is he based now? Actually, where is he based now?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Oh, okay. So Switzerland is safe.
Switzerland?
If he's in EU, then he's not.
I think he's in Austria.
Austria.
No, he's in Switzerland. I believe they say he's in Switzerland now because they're neutral. I think he's safe from being extradited.
Be sure
people
somewhere where the
may
missiles
have a
won't
warrant
find
for him. They may want to bring him back because he's a pilot.
Yeah.
And that's actually in general a big Ukrainian problem because just count how many refugees that are not even from the combat zone or in Europe. I have a colleague.
Did anyone of you see this Russian propaganda where there's this, I think it's called The Last Chance or Your Last Chance. It's basically telling the guys to surrender, but it starts like you didn't want to dress like a woman to flee the country. You tried hiding in the basement.
Yeah.
Your dad tried to bribe, but his contacts ignored him, and now you're here and you have your last chance. Just surrender. It was really funny.
Yeah, that he was like eating a can of soup in a cabin somewhere, and they finally found him.
You know, Vaughn, I told you once that story about that beautiful blonde girl, that beautiful ass that I met in Antwerp, and she told me that she flew via the Polish border. Yeah, beautiful ass. That very, and she's fucking hot.
I do remember that conversation.
Yeah, because I saw the picture. That is why you need to join the DPA. You're going to see beautiful pictures of me, from me. Of the chicks I know. But
you.
She paid at the Polish border. So the whole family. So she wasn't the whole family. They gave money to the Polish border. It was like 5,000 for women, 10,000 for men. If you're in a wheelchair, 2,000.
These people have more
money.
And
now that she's met Lambo, she's trying to get back there.
No. She's working in a fan factory. It calls Only Fans, something like that. She had a lot of followers, but she's really hot. She's really hot. She's, I see her one time in a month.
Are you a customer?
No.
Are you sure?
Hey, I'm dating next week.
I don't think anyone here believe you.
No, I don't pay money.
Everyone knows you are sex addict.
No, not at all.
I can vouch for Lambo. She was a woman. Boy, was she a woman.
He was a woman.
There is another customer here.
He was a
real
woman. Yeah.
She had a real woman. No, I see her one time in a month. She has a Belgian boyfriend, a very lovely woman, and because she's just knows she's pretty and she need money to buy expensive clothing. So she knows how to sell her body on an easy way. So yeah, she just martyred her own body. I don't support that because it's stupid. But yeah.
Where have we gone with this conversation?
Let's move on to this business story.
Bro, we were talking about Russo-Ukrainian war. Now we are talking about Ukrainian women.
Yeah, what's going on here, guys?
Man.
Shalavi, I want to ask a question. Shalavi, have you heard of anything about the repatriation of Ukrainian men back to Ukraine for war in the EU? No, because that at one time that was a rumor, right? No, then it went around, but I didn't hear much about it. Later, I'm not sure if it's a thing.
I'm gonna tell you something, Wyatt. Sorry for interrupting you.
Sure.
The thing is, I'm just talking about Germany right now. Even though if we wanted to get rid of the Ukrainian men and bring them back to Ukraine for fighting on the front line, we aren't able to do that because we don't have the people to deport them back to Ukraine. So, and I think Germany is a good example for the whole of the EU. So the EU as a whole, all of the European countries aren't able, even if they want to do that, due to personal issues in the organizations who are handling that kind of stuff. So it's just that won't happen. That won't happen at all.
No, it's a legal impossibility. Legally, it's impossible to do it. You would always get countersued for that. So,
how about UK? How about UK? What's the situation in UK regarding the Ukrainian men? Are they being sent back to Ukraine?
If that was for the people, yeah, they would send them back. But the government, no way.
So there is no way, no. Because
trust me, the people are fed up with them. If you want to see fun story about Ukrainians refugees in UK, go to Daily Mail.
I think if they try to
Daily Mail is the newspaper that supported them from day one. They're the one who asked them to come here, and now they want them to fuck off.
Much easier way, instead of deporting them back to Ukraine, is because the Western countries are already training Ukrainian soldiers. Is just to pick them up and trade them right where they are as a refugee.
No, and they just open bars, shops, night shops. They're doing that.
No, I mean, I think if they try to do that, yeah, I mean, if you look at most European police forces and even their militaries, they wouldn't be able to deal with the civil disruption. I mean, think about it. The Ukrainian refugees would probably do all kinds of crazy shit and riot to stop that.
But hold on, what about asylum?
Being able to
they
stop
have the right of asylum.
Yeah, that's why it's legally impossible because
that
of
too. I mean, like you said, all the personal stuff. But I mean, if they actually tried to do it, I think they just have rights.
If you are in the UK, they're gonna send you to Rwanda if you ask for asylum. So that's not a good option.
No, but there is definitely one thing that's going to happen after the war. All these refugees never going to go back. I personally know more than 10 Ukrainian people, refugees, one chick, two chicks, but they never going to go back. Never. They're just staying here. They say to me, why do I need to go back? Everything is going to be destroyed. They don't going to have any money. They don't going to be paid.
Of course. Misterlambo, there is a story here in UK. There is a story here in UK. A Ukrainian guy that asked to be a refugee. Yeah, he got everything. They gave him the refugee status, a place to stay.
Damn.
He's getting his money and stuff. And then someone he was on TV. He was on TV. He was on TV, and someone was like, "Hold on, I was on holiday, and this guy he was in Tunisia. The guy was in Tunisia and left when they saw everyone was coming to UK. He left Tunisia, came to UK, like he was in Ukraine. You know, everyone was like, "What the fuck?" It's too late.
I read from the
I'm a
resident.
Tunisian Ukrainian.
I read from a
Hey,
resident,
can somebody teach? Hey,
which is
can somebody
Ukrainian
teach me a
guy.
couple Ukrainian words so I can get some money?
That's
Teach me. I'm a refugee. I want political asylum in Ukraine.
Can't do it in Russian.
Okay. I read from resident.
All you have to do is
I read
your...
from the resident. Hello. I read from the resident, which is Ukrainian channel on Telegram, a while back, probably like 6, 7, 8 months ago, how they have organized buses tours that they drive Ukrainian women and babushkas to Western countries to record as refugees, and then collect the money and drive back in a week. They coming back collecting the financial support while they're still in Ukraine. That's kind of difficult because it takes longer time to do that, but instead of a week. But there's still probably some that going back and forth because they did it a long time ago. They applied as a refugee a long time ago, and then going back to Ukraine and then moving back and forth from time to time. That they need to be there every month to register.
But I know,
right?
honestly, you have
money.
to be careful. You have to be careful when you're reading Resident UA. Resident UA don't read like a pro-Ukrainian channel to me at all. Like, it doesn't feel like a Ukrainian channel, even though it talks a lot about Ukrainian politics and everything. But it feels like a disinformation channel, a Russian misinformation channel against Ukraine. It feels like it to me because they literally don't have a single pro-Ukrainian kind of like they don't even encourage or cheerleading at all, like zero. This is nearly impossible for that to be the case. So I would suggest that take them with a massive pinch of Soleda, a lot of salt.
This story sounds fake. Yeah. This story sounds fake, but there was.
Let's not forget a Ukrainian woman in UK that was complaining. I don't like this country. Too many black people, too many Muslims and stuff. Everyone was like, "What the fuck?"
She doesn't like your boss. You have to accept it.
I know.
No Facebook dating for you.
It's a German tradition. It's a Ukrainian German traditions.
She was staying in Birmingham.
Yeah, it was funny. I remember seeing that story. She's like, "There's a lot of Arabs here and Indians and blacks." The smells and all this shit. I was like, "Well, you moved in the middle of fucking London, bitch. What do you think was gonna happen?"
Birmingham is a city full of these people.
I mean, it would be like moving to any American city. Oh, it's like, yeah, lady, everybody lives together.
My kids don't feel comfortable going to school with Muslim and black people. Oh, fuck off.
Difficult to avoid that one.
But that's what they
y'all
wanted,
got
right?
Machetes and stuff. Y'all swinging machetes around all the time. I'd be scared too.
I wonder what they imagine when they when they champion and very happy about Ukraine joining the EU, join the EU zone and join NATO. What they expect. This is Europe. This is Western Europe for you.
The problem is many countries that joined the EU in the last couple of years are expecting a bunch of money. If we are honest, a bunch of money from the EU to support their economy. It's nothing else like that. It's not like cultural influence or something like that. It's only money for the EU, and where the money goes, nobody knows. So that's
what do you
mean? Even about you, I mean, look,
Croatia at the present is receiving a lot of money for reconstruction after the earthquake.
No, the thing is, the problem.
It's very, very controlled process of getting the money. It's heavily controlled process. It's
do
not
you really think,
who knows where the money goes.
But do you really think that it's gonna be the case in Ukraine? I would argue that, or say that Croatia, even as a culture, is different than Ukraine. So to me, it seems more that Ukraine, even if they get the money from the EU, they're joining you, get the money from you, not all of the money is going to the things the EU initially thought they would invest in Ukraine, So that was my point. And even in some other countries in the EU, it's the case. I'm not talking about Croatia. But there are still specific countries, even if they are monitoring them, nobody knows exactly where the money goes 100%. You can't be 100% sure that all the, for example, 10 billions the EU is spending in the country for economic reasons is going to be or landing in economic for the economic for a specific country. That's my point I'm making, and it's
No,
a little
Ukraine is
different.
not gonna be
Why?
entering, joining EU. Ukraine
Yeah,
is
for
not
sure,
gonna
but
be joining.
it's an example.
It's
I was
just a
saying
bait.
I was saying that
Countries,
I was saying
countries,
that what
countries like Romania and Bulgaria got nothing to offer in EU, nothing at all.
Yeah,
What you
for
mean
sure.
nothing
They
to
go,
offer?
they go
It's not
people
about
to war.
offering.
Definitely,
It's not about
a-
offering anything. It's
I'm
about
just
cooperation, larger
And by the way,
larger
don't get me wrong,
population
Jordan,
operate.
Jordan, don't get me wrong, but your country is too small to be a country. I feel
There's a Spanish.
I
There's a
feel
Spanish
triggered,
channel I
better.
follow.
That's
Croatia,
why European.
Croatia
That's
would
why
be
European
better.
Union. That's why European Union, because
There's
countries are small, too small. So as part of the large country, you're not small anymore. Of course, inside this European Union, we are very
You,
small,
I
insignificant.
think you should
But
go back to
as
you
part of it,
should go back, in the days, just make one big country like
yeah,
before
it's way
Yugoslavia or
better. Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
because
But now
EU
each country, one by
EU is
one, is
dying.
entering EU. So we're getting back
EU is
together
dying.
again.
EU is dying.
You see,
There
you see,
will be a
the
day.
British
There
talking
will
about
be a
Brexit,
day.
they're trying to,
Yeah,
And
yes,
France
yes.
gonna say,
Advising with
gonna
Brexit,
say,
yeah.
enough is enough.
No, but my initial point was that many countries that are hoping to get into EU are just hoping for getting money for the economy and other reasons. It's nothing else. Like they're portraying it as a cultural thing nowadays, but it isn't the case. It's only about money, and that was my initial point I was making. So all the other other discussions don't
it's not.
pointed at me. So
Yeah, but
It's not.
you're
It's not so
100%
much about.
correct, Nico. You're 100%
It's not so
correct.
much about that.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, one part of the population is looking for the easy access to the European job market. Another
Absolutely.
part is looking. Okay, another part is looking for some benefits from the EU, and of course, it comes. Some part of the population always gets benefits, while others suffer because of it. Someone always benefits from it, right? And the third part of it is looking for the less corruption, because EU offers you less corruption also, because the process of the funds, collection of the funds, it's so strict, it's so collected. It's really difficult.
The same
It's
EU?
Was.
Let him speak his point. Let him speak
It's
his point.
the same. It's how to say, there's some processes, that corruption processes, that are still there, but to much lesser extent than previously. They forced us to put our prime minister in jail before entering EU. Okay, it was so corrupt. There was a video of him dealing with the sale of the oil industry here. So that's why it was too open, and they forced us. Merkel forced us to put him in jail. And now,
was he guilty?
After 10 years,
was he guilty? Okay, then why somebody should force you to put somebody guilty in jail? I mean, there shouldn't be EU to tell you, European Union to tell you that the one who steals money should go in jail.
Macedonia doesn't need to be forced to cut corruption. What are you saying? That you don't need someone to force your politicians to cut the corruption?
They're too corrupt. But again, nobody can force us. You understand me? That's a process
one thing is,
that we need to
evolve
to. You understand me?
Let them finish you.
But it helps. There's a help.
I'm
sure
there was.
This is the thing.
What
happened with European
one
Union?
thing is to say. One thing is to say should, what should be ideal world, Another thing is to say we need help with cutting down the corruption. You need help, just like we needed.
No, we just need honest people to be elected as politicians. You understand me? Right now, the EU, European Union, is supporting, is financing the corruption in Macedonia, if I may say. European Union is financing the corruption in Macedonia. They put corrupted politicians in power, and they have bank accounts on the Cayman Islands. And if they don't do as they're told, like change our name, which it wasn't our wish, but the politicians change our name against our wish. And if they don't do that, they're going to freeze their account on the Cayman Islands. That's how they got them by the balls. So they got to play as the European Union and the neoliberals tell them to do. You understand
Don't
me?
go too far. Don't go too far. If EU was the best thing since sliced bread, UK would still be in EU. There is a reason UK left.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in the EU, man. I don't want to be in the European Union. You know why? Because I cannot go in European Union for what I am. You want to come join my club? You got to change your name. You got to change your hat. You got to wear, burqa. You got to put a turban. You want to join my club? That's what they do to us, man. You understand me? And on top of that, they put the most corrupt politicians, individuals, in power in Macedonia with help of Soros, by the way. So the guy who got elected, the guy who changed the name, he got in power with help of illegal illegal conversations obtained through CIA and Secret Service from the Prime Minister who was currently in power. So they exposed them on YouTube with these so-called media bombs. Oh, you're corrupted, so you gotta go down. So they had like this revolution, like the revolution in Arabia. What was it? The spring? What was the name? The Maidan in Ukraine. The same shit happened in Macedonia with money of Soros. So they put down the legally elected government. They changed the judiciary system. They put new court because currently EU court is not working. So we gotta get new judge. So they bought the new judge, and I don't know what should I tell you. It's like everything is going down since that moment on. They ruined the country. They stole the elections too. So that's what I'm saying. We are currently right now in Macedonia. We are under occupation of the neoliberals, financed by neoliberals' money. Somebody's pulling the strings.
Oh,
but
yes.
The people, us Macedonians, we do not have representative in the position or in the opposition parties. Just so you know, that's where we are currently.
So we discuss about what are you doing about it?
What are we doing? I'm a member of a group, activists. We are not a political party yet. Just a couple of guys.
I'm learning European values.
Yeah, we need to talk about European values.
The European values, yeah, man.
we need to talk about it.
You can hate Boris Johnson as much as you want. The best thing he did is take UK out of the EU.
So this is what happened. Bulgaria became part of EU. Out of 7 million, 3.5 million moved out to European Union. Croatia became part of European Union. Now Macedonian guys go in Croatia to be waiters because there is no young guys to be working over there. He knows, so people out of Croatia moved out because they become part of European Union. So this is a demographic change, and the population here will collapse eventually because a lot of my friends, man, my sister is in Sweden. Understand me? They're moving out of here. So because of the corrupt politician, because of the neoliberal ruling of our politician. It's like Pinocchio. You're watching Pinocchio. Somebody's pulling the strings. He's talking, but somebody else is from the embassy probably told him what to say.
I love this
That's what it is. It's like preposterous, man.
But
and like I said, we do not need to be told from somebody in European Union that, hey, you got to change this law so you can the corruption goes down. No, man, we need somebody who is honest, ideologist, who goes who will be elected and will rule in an uncorrupted manner. We don't need somebody from outside to tell me that this guy was stealing and he needs to go in jail. Of course he needs to go to jail. He stole, but he's the prime minister. Doesn't matter, man. He stole the money, goes in jail. That's it. So we don't need nobody to tell us this. We need to do it by ourselves. Otherwise we are in a position, we are dumb and you need to tell me what I should do so I can live better, No, that's democracy is what is good for the people. is democratic. What makes the people happy is called democracy. If it's not happy,
no.
It's oligarchy,
it's good economy.
Name it whatever you want.
It's good economy. It's a good economy that makes people happy, not democracy or dictatorship. Look at the China.
Jordan, you just a pro EU.
No, it's not possible to have a good economy if you have a brain drain. You can't. There's no way.
Yeah.
Like Ukraine, but all these Eastern European countries, it's not possible to have a good economy because you have a brain drain. All your most capable people are all in the Western Europe. So, and I want to highlight this. It sounds because from I'm just hearing like this, it sounds like Macedonia is actually conquered. It's a conquest. It's conquered by European Union as a bloc or like a country. It's like. But it's just like, in the game Civilization, there is a way you can conquer without military force. You can conquer by culture. So it sounds like a cultural conquest that, Macedonia and now, they are slowly using culture and try to conquer Ukraine and cause Ukraine to go to war. And it's a kind of conquest because what is a conquered territory? A conquered territory is that you have total control over these people. And then they can become your workforce. They can go to your country to work, and then they become cheap labor, and then you have full control over the political realms. It sounds like it. It sounds like a conquered country, and the same thing is now happening in Moldova. They are trying to conquer it. Then they are now forcing them to change their laws and deal with their oppositions and whatnot. All these things. So you guys can continue. I need to. I saw Hassan.
We are about to listen some conspiracy theories now.
BBC, I need to ask to the chat to the guy that's called Ukraine Combat Footage. I think he's pro-Ukrainian. That he need to join the open mic. Come here and talk to us, guy. Come on.
I think he fucked.
Stupid comments. Just join the open mic.
I think he fucked off.
It's free. It's free. We are happy to receive you and to listen to you.
But we don't need cowards. We don't need cowards to join here. Cowards shouldn't join.
Don't worry, they won't join.
Everybody has the right as democracy. Everybody has the right to do his thing.
Talking about EU, one of EU vice president.
Hassan, check the private chat.
Yeah.
So
she spent.
So I done it before. There's someone on Twitter who's asking to come on. They say they have to pay him or whatnot. So say, okay, you come in, I will pay you. And he also don't come. It's rubbish. So same for the guy that was in the main channel. Talking about I have to pay him $50 to come on. I dare you come on. You won't. I know this kind of people are just talking cock. They wouldn't come on because
where's my money?
It's not about the money.
They
want their identity.
Are you gonna pay me too?
Nah.
Yeah, we don't need.
Of course, I would. If I pay him, I have to pay all of you. Then I will go broke within a month.
Well,
Hassan,
I'm currently
check the private chat.
Put some makeup and come on online also if you want to. Just put makeup on your face. You don't want to put your face on YouTube. Put makeup. Go as a woman here. Hello, I am Conchita Wurst from Anarchist.
Also wanted to say something about the EU about conspiracy theories, if I'm not wrong. You wanted to say something about that.
No, Steve is about to say. When you see Steve,
No, I just dropped in to show everyone there's a spot free. So I'm at work. So when you do it at this time on this day, I'll be at work this time. But hi guys, I just wanted to show my support. So yeah. Someone else take my spot. Jump in.
Yeah.
Nico. Yeah, there is. There is one of the. Okay.
Give me a second. El Hassan, you are now in the backstage. I need you to check the private chat. I need your email and where you're from. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, Voss, you can continue. Sorry.
Yeah, Nico, there is one of the EU vice president spent Christmas in jail. I think she's still in jail at the moment of corruption. And I don't know, but I think she's great. She's great. She's vice president of the EU. Is one of the vice president of the EU. And over Christmas, they say you can go to spend Christmas with your family. she said, no, I'm safe here. Because she knows a lot of people is going to go after her. So she was safer in jail. And after that, no one knows anything about her. Hello, Hassan.
So, Hassan, please introduce yourself.
Hey, guys. It's like 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. I'm living in Saudi Arabia. And just wanted to hop on and show support. Really, I've been watching this. I've been watching since the Ukraine war started. I have a lot of respect for what's transpired here in the DPA community. Very proud of what you've done, Wyatt, you and the team, and it's very humbling, the knowledge that you guys have, and your willingness to share and put the time and effort. So I thought the least I could do is just hop on and say hello, Commander, team.
Thank you so much.
Glad to be a part of this.
You go American accent.
It's very important to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's very important for people to come on. Yeah, it's very important for people to come on to talk.
I'll chat for a bit. Might as well, since I'm here.
Yeah. I just want to say it's important for people to come on to talk. To share. The regulars. Because they have the lounge, the open mic speaker lounge, so they are very happy. They're already talking there all the time. They will be happy to let new people to come and talk, because that's how we expand the community. We can share more, because if we don't talk, then we just live in our own bubble. We always will think that we are the smartest guy in the room. Then until we are proven to be stupid, and then we'll feel emotional damage. Then it's like we get pissed off the whole day. So come to this place.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, but chat, do like Hassan, show that you have balls and come online instead to showing your I can type, I say bullshit in the chat. And
typing
I'm
is
afraid to go on YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. Typing is easy. Face to face is, that's what separates the men from the wusses.
Yeah, these are men. You see, we are all men. Even if you have a Hello Kitty headset,
what's up with that?
Cowards no need to apply.
Are there any plans to help the ratio out a little bit?
Open mic, man.
Help the what?
Are there any plans to have some female members join, or is this is this just like
you weren't on? Yeah, we're transitioning, Nico.
Yeah, that counts.
He's already Hello Kitty, so
good job.
No, we've had a couple on, but it's just not common.
We had 2 or 3 females that was on before.
Yeah.
So,
the last one was Lori.
But DPA's community for female community is always very small. When I look at the statistics, it's maybe around 10%, around maybe plus a bit. So, but it's very normal, because it's the men that usually interested in politics, more often than not. So so we don't talk about LV and Gucci over here. So we're not gonna get them.
It's a man's world.
Hassan, can you talk more about yourself? Share more about
let's talk about Saudi Arabia. What's going on there?
I thought he said he's American as well. So
let's not talk about Saudi Arabia, but So I lived in America for a long time, about 30 years, and I just felt this calling. I needed to reconnect with my roots and be with my people. So I had 2 options. I could either move to the Middle East or move to France. So I figured out, probably easier to come to the Middle East.
So
France is very dangerous.
But Shadowy didn't even crack a smile. Shadowy didn't even crack a smile.
I find sleeping. Shadowy sleeping.
He's passed out.
Sorry, guys. I'm totally asleep, so I'm going to leave you.
Thank you, Shadowy.
Have a nice night.
Take care.
Bye, Shadowy.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Shadow.
You need to return to the shadows, no?
Yes, exactly. To my bed.
And you're back.
I think Saudi Arabia is now a lot more nicer, right?
I made a few. I've
We
made
got
a
room
few.
if you want to come in.
I've made a few jokes about Saudi Arabia being more freedom of speech like most of the West countries, because we know everything I know about Saudi Arabia is from the West media. They never say a good thing about that country, never. And then Qatar organized the World Cup, and it was something different. Yeah, it was in December, it was hot, and rich people, they love football. They went there. Before they got there, they were told, oh, don't drink, because if you drink, you're going to go to jail. And there was a lot of rich people drunk on the street and enjoying themselves. Yeah. And I was like, wow, Qatar is like this. Maybe Saudi Arabia is good. And then there was a lot of rich people that live in Saudi Arabia, just traveled to Qatar for the World Cup, and they were saying good things about Saudi Arabia. And now everyone is like, is Saudi Arabia bad or good? So Hassan, educate us.
I gotta ask this question because I'm an American. Have you ever driven a Land Rover on two wheels, drifted a Lamborghini, or shot an AK-47 off at some kind of birthday or wedding? Since you've been there.
None of the above. None of the above.
Oh man, are you even there? Are you even living?
No, man.
Thing to do. I don't know why they do it, but I always love watching that shit.
I'm still on training wheels here, so I mean, I got to work my way up to that though. But Voss, yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Recognizing that if you listen to the mainstream media, you're just not going to get a picture. You're not going to get not accurate. It won't do it justice. For good or for worse, for better or for worse, mainstream media is just not a place you get your information from. Yeah, there's a lot of positive things that you just gotta, be here on the ground and kind of experience it. It's a lot more open than what people would expect.
Didn't they allow women to drive, or is that still being processed?
No, they do. It was like a light switch. And then,
is there a lot of
driving.
you doing it?
You guys really fucked up with that one.
Is it just like if you want it, you can. If you don't, but most women probably still don't, just because it's not worth the trouble.
I mean, damn, I wouldn't want to drive. I don't want to drive. I don't enjoy it, driving in traffic and stuff. But yeah, a lot of women just choose not to drive. But a lot of women do. They drive to work. They drive to the mall. They do their errands. All could take their kids to school. All of that. And it was like a light switch. People were expecting some social pushbacks. A lot of domestic violence was gonna ensue, but none of that happened. It was.
I was gonna say, I never really heard anything after they said they did it. I never heard, like you said, I didn't hear there's 100% rise in domestic violence, or I heard them talking about it. I saw a few interviews about women were excited, and then
testing.
I never heard about it again. Really, I was like, oh, maybe they did, or I just assumed, like I said, not a lot of women are doing it, so it's not a big deal. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Yeah.
This is also a good example of propaganda or rhetorics or narrative that is broken. And once you test it, a lot of the things that we think that is the fact is actually not true. They have been talking about this for forever. Saudi Arabia don't like women to drive.
Things are about to change. Things are about to change because Saudi Arabia is getting too close to China and Russia. That's not good for United States. So the media is gonna go after Saudi Arabia really deep.
It's very hard. There's Cristiano Ronaldo in Saudi Arabia. How are you going to destroy Saudi Arabia's image? It's not possible. Everybody is saying Cristiano Ronaldo is happy over there.
Do you know how
That's a nuclear deterrent.
But
do you
that's a nuclear deterrent right there.
Guys, to Wyatt's point though, I'm sure you've all traveled around. I've traveled around all over the globe, and what I can tell you, almost to a point, is any negative perception or stereotype that I've personally had for any place that I've gone to, like before I've gone there, when I've gone there, it's been completely the opposite. So like, you know, and I think that a lot of people will say the same thing. Like, you know, you travel anywhere on earth, if there is a negative stereotype, there's probably a reason for that negative stereotype. Who's perpetuating that negative stereotype and why? You know, so always think about that when you're hearing.
So
I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna sign off. I gotta wake up.
Inside China.
See, there's the main on the Telegram.
Commander, one request. Please don't put me on the thumbnail. Next time I'll put my makeup on. Nice and pretty for you guys.
Like a direct.
All right? No thumbnail this time, please.
Wyatt,
all right, guys, lock on.
Hassan, I will email you the link to join the Telegram chat group for the speakers.
I'm there. I'm there. I am on the Telegram chat group.
No, not the DPA forum. Another one.
It's a main launch.
Exclusively small speakers only.
Right. Thank you.
Only for
Thank you.
I'll email
open
you.
mic.
For the base
Only
people,
for the
you
cool
know.
guys.
Base people.
Yeah.
So
Wyatt,
I just want to do some correction. Just now I said 10% is female. I'm wrong. So the answer is actually this. Okay, let me use another one. Don't scroll. Save. So it's actually very low. The open mic is worse. It's only 0.2%.
I mean,
that's so funny. I'm actually shocked.
There's that Mormon girl, and that's it.
Look, I can identify. Maybe I can identify myself as a female. And wear some long
you
hair.
identified yourself already as Hello Kitty, so that's good.
Nah, man, fuck you.
I identified myself like a microwave. Sometimes you're going to hear my timer popping off.
You're a microwave. I'm gonna be the gay guy,
microwave.
You know?
You can't see it because
quotes,
I still need to do my transition.
Yeah.
You need to do that Sailor Moon transformation, right?
I'm gonna do it for you next open mic.
It's nice to see Nico again on open mic, you know.
Yeah, it's a long time since we saw Nico.
I had exams and all this kind of stuff, and I just was that much online on Telegram and social media as a whole. And after a certain time, I went online. Archimedes may recognize my voice because we talked a lot. Even Jure may recognize my voice and Vaughn. So we talked a lot in the speakers lounge. And now I thought to myself, yeah, maybe I can go. Maybe I can go online. So
it's nice to have you back. So
yeah,
I gotta say, man, your face does not match.
And earn money to buy a black headset.
Your face does not match your voice, bro. I have to say, like you have a stupendously deep voice. It's amazing for how you look. No offense, I'm just saying.
So
we say that to him.
So you're calling me gay? You're calling me gay?
Hey,
I'm feeling offended. I'm feeling offended because you're saying I have such a deep voice. You know.
Well, it's a compliment, man.
Appreciate it.
You are German, aren't you?
Yeah,
he's German. Nico is from Germany.
So.
No, but it's very funny.
Answer.
Every single time he come on, we have to repeat this every time. You know, like your voice doesn't mix with your image.
Because
every
of the
single
headphones.
time. Yeah.
Because of the headphones, you know. That's the reason.
Sorry, boss, you were saying something. Well, we hear some planes.
Hassan, appreciate it.
If his plane is Misterlambo.
No, I am not.
That's me.
Yeah.
So you are the plane guy.
Clearly, that none of us.
I want to change topic and talk about Ukraine because a lot is happening. IDF is not the long one anymore. I think. Wyatt, what do you think?
I think
Russia is
still
pushing
months and months. Yeah. Russia is pushing, but the thing is, how far they want to push is the question. You know, Russia is always very unpredictable. Like, you know, I gave up trying to predict what the Russians want to do. I mean, they're going to do because it's always wrong. Because they never do things that is logic, like, you know, how we will logically think that, you know, oh, you will attack here, attack there, capture this, capture. They will just like, attack and then they just withdraw. Like they keep doing that. And it's like it makes the map very boring. The map don't change.
Yeah, I mean, like if you look on the north side of Bakhmut, that's got a lot of potential. The north side of Avdiivka's got some potential, like they might blossom out. And it looks like they could. I mean, they obviously have the forces to do it, but then like Wyatt said, it seems like the obvious thing to do, but then they don't do it. They just sit there and maybe fortify it, and then 6 months from now, all of a sudden they do it. And then I think like between Kremenaya and around Seversk, I think there's some potential there, especially around Seversk, east of it. But it just depends on what they want to do. I mean, there's not a lot of stuff there, and the Ukrainians are kind of getting pinched down against some of these smaller rivers where there's no bridges really left to cross. And if they did have to leave that area, especially along that Kremenaya front, I mean, they're going to have to leave a lot of stuff behind because there's no roads to cross, and they're not going to swim across with anything. So I mean, it just depends. I mean, it's got a lot of potential. There's not a lot of. It doesn't look like there's any real strong units. There's not a lot of fortifications, but I would look at it and say, hey, why don't you just pound it with artillery for a couple of days and then advance with the artillery.
Avdiivka thing is not about Russian plans. Most of the fighters there are Donbas militias there. Very little Russians are mostly artillery and planes and all that larger logistics. Well, it's Donbas militias fighting there. Why? Because we were saying a few months back that how the shelling of the Donetsk, it's really pain in the ass, and they have to get rid of it because the population is getting antsy about it. So much shelling on civilians. So it's most probably Donbas militia decision to do Avdiivka clearance, not so much from the rest of it, from the general Russian planning, right? And that's the thing, because there's no logic in pushing the most defended area. The Avdiivka is the most defended area, and they're pushing it right there. There's no logic. I mean, but they're doing it. Just it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, but still, I mean, I
think it is logical to push Avdiivka. I mean, it's well defended, but I don't think that they're trying to attack Avdiivka directly. What they're doing instead is trying to cut it off, right? I mean, if you look at the position that Avdiivka holds, it's this fortress that's now in a salient. So they're able to attack it from 3 different sides, right? And that's really the advantage that Russia has there. That's why they're pushing it. They know that Ukraine wants to hold that fortress desperately, so they can just keep attriting them and keep on reducing, keep on hitting the supply as it comes in. So I think that they're going to end up having a pretty positive outcome for the Russians.
If you look at it too, they hit Stepovy, and then they step back, and now they're kind of east of Stepovy, but they're going north around it. So it's like they're closing it off at the same time. They're kind of widening it so that more units can keep feeding into this salient. I mean, it's just they've got enough troops all over the place that they can just push wherever they want, whenever they want. They can create the illusion of offenses. I mean, that's why they're doing all this massive pushing. It's like most of it's probably not going to be anything more than positional fighting or just recon. Maybe they'll shell some people they find or hit some positions, but overall, unless something breaks loose that they want to exploit, or something happens that they weren't expecting, like they just up and run, then maybe they'll move up real quick. But I mean, a lot of times, like what Wyatt said, it's just push up, make contact, drop back, hit them, push up, drop back, hit them, and eventually they just, like that one video, they just walk up with some drones flying around and tell them where to get the last few holdouts, finish them off, and then they got that position.
So what I noticed is that the Russians, right, will not. Everywhere. What I noticed is that the Russians will not take grounds that they cannot defend. So if they go into a place, they capture that place, but it's very hard to entrench themselves, or they don't have the time, or maybe the Ukrainian artillery is heavy, they will just withdraw. So if they can hold the ground, they can entrench themselves, they will do it. So for example, they conquered that volcano. They entrench themselves in, and then they push out a bit. There must be a attempt to entrench themselves. Then the Russia will hold the ground. If not, they will just withdraw. So this is something that I've noticed so far. No, but most of the time they are not aiming to capture ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, when they changed their tactics and went to capturing ground, that's when they did that heavy assault with the tanks and took a lot of casualties. But for them, that calculation was worth it because it got them the terrain feature they wanted, and now they can set up and move to the next thing. So now they're in the phase again where they just ground and pound, and then they'll move up again.
The word from guys from Donbass, they saying that they planning to exhaust the military supply of Ukrainians because they wanna exhaust it before the U.S. solve the problem of financing them again and supplying them. So that they can do something about it after the exhausting their supply, artillery shells and whatever. But it seems like the Storm Shadow missiles are still in good supply. Those underwater drones or surface drones are still in a good supply. They made big successes with destroyed 2 ships again, like 3 weeks ago, I think 20 days ago, they destroyed 2 ships. That there was not much talk about it, but I saw the videos of the detonations. Those 2
they definitely damaged them.
Surface drones
damaged them.
Oh yeah, big damage.
They definitely damaged them. If I'm not sure if the Sherpa, they definitely damaged them. Agree. And like the one missile carrier, like I think 1.5 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, they basically it is destroyed. If we are honest, like it completely damaged the whole ship. So you basically have to produce a new ship. So they are like
you could see the second drone was actually filming the aftermath of the first explosion, where you can see the water popping out of the hole, because it's that bubbling up and pushing in the hole in the ship, and the water is flying all over. It's a big damage. I don't know how much big hole because it's a grainy video, but there was a big damage, big water splashes after the entering into the insides of the ship. So you know how the water bubbles when it suddenly bursts inside into the closed space, and then that drone goes, searches for another target and sees it, and it's another ship, not a big size, maybe 10,000 tons displacement, nothing big, but still, a big damage, big waste for the. So that's where the Ukrainians are still doing good with Storm Shadows and surface drones. They're doing
but only over the Black Sea. The only thing I can do is being good on Black Sea, but help of the NATO.
Only thing.
How many Storm Shadow Ukraine have left?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know. Yeah, nobody knows.
Also, depending how many planes they have
I know they're getting the same version from France, but how many?
Yeah, that's a
but it's depending. It's really depending how much planes they have to launch it. And Russia destroyed lots of planes, like Nico said before.
Yeah,
you could see the number of launches, and it's each time, long time ago, it's always a big period they use them.
In order to be successful, they need to fire as many as possible at the same time, so that they could use and overwhelm
with everything, drones, everything.
Yeah.
They have to launch basically everything to be successful, and that's what they have done the last couple of weeks. I completely agree.
And which targets are they taking? The most useless targets you can take, they're going to take ships in a dry dock, ships just being built. They're not
underwater. I disagree with
what
this.
You mean useless?
People always say that they shouldn't be attacking the ships. I think we spoke about this before, but you have to look at it from the perspective of the United States, right? Ukraine is going to lose to Russia at some point, certainly. But what the United States is trying to do is do as much damage to Russia as possible, as much strategic damage as possible, and that's why destroying the Navy is important, right? Or doing as much damage to the Navy as possible.
A landing ship, a small submarine that is not even in service.
No, it doesn't matter. It's any ship that they can get their hands on.
For Russia, they don't feel that. They
won't
feel that.
Okay, but if they attack more ships, right? If they do as much damage as possible to the Black Sea Fleet, that Russia is going to feel that. They're going to feel that much more than anything else.
The thing is that you need to understand about the Black Sea Fleet. The Black Sea Fleet is the fourth fleet of Russia, and is the fleet that they don't really need to use. Like the Moskva. The Moskva,
wow.
It was the Black Sea Fleet flagship, but it was not a flagship of the Russian Navy. It was a spare ship for the Kirov class. They designed that ship with technology they just took out of the shelf and put on that ship. It was when they were building during the end of the USSR, they were building the Kirov class ships. And if they had problems with that ship, they could use a Moskva to replace it. Don't interrupt me. I'm going to finish that. That is the real reason why they developed the Moskva. The Moskva was the spare ship for the Kirov class. The Kirov class, that is the Black Sea, that is the flagship of the Russian Navy. They built a few of them, they decommissioned a few of them, they still have two in active service. They have one in refit, and the other one is the Peter the Great. He has the P-700. It was also these ships during the late 80s that put back the Iowa class battleships into service. That was the reason.
Okay.
These are carrier destroyers. These ships are designed to destroy. No, Joe, please, come on, stop it.
You just numbering they are based. Let's consider consequences. Let's consider consequences.
Let me finish, please. Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, but
I don't
you listen to the ships.
You're speaking. No, you don't even listen. You don't even listen to me.
You can never finish like that.
No. These ships were designed to destroy the U.S. carriers. And now, like the Peter the Great has P-700 shipwrecks. The other one, I forgot his name, that is still in the PC with the refit, because normally it was mean to have P-800, so the upgrade version of the P-700. Now they're going to put Zircons on it. I think 64, he can carry at least 64 Zircon missiles. These ships are designed to kill carriers. It's like the submarines, like the sunken submarine, the Kursk, also had the P-700 missiles. These submarines are designed to destroy carriers. And also, they are able, like the most missiles that the Russians have, can carry nuclear warheads on their missiles. These ships are the flagships of the Russian Navy. These are important ships. These ones are going to hurt Russia, not the Moskva. Moskva was an old, very bad maintained ship using for the Black Sea Fleet, and the Black Sea Fleet is known as the less maintained fleet of the Russian Navy. It's not important for Russia. Of course it's important, because they're losing a ship. Every weaponry you have, you're losing is important. It's a big.
What are you talking about? Let's look at the consequences when they lost Moskva. They lost control.
It was nothing. The ship didn't work very well.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Stop your zero analysis, please.
I know what I'm talking about.
When they lost Moskva, what happened when they lost Moskva? They lost control around Snake Island. What happened after that? They opened the Green Deal.
They never stopped. They never lost control of that.
Stop it. Let me explain. When the Green Deal ships were passing by the Snake Island, that's their route. All the time until the end of the Green Deal, that was the route for the ships that transported the grain and the shipment of weapons and munition. That's what happened. After the Green Deal ended, because they couldn't enforce it, they couldn't close in around their territorial waters around there. Then the ships had to go by Romanian territorial waters.
Okay,
now
it's some kind of opposite.
Okay, after that, they were able to reach those abandoned oil and gas drilling platforms, and they were launching and controlling the airspace around it. They were watching it. Then it wasn't that a big deal, but they were doing it. They were successful because they removed Moskva from it. They removed Moskva from
the Moskva is a ship, a very bad design ship. It had a target. It needed to reach 34 knots during their development, and they had a problem because the engines weren't powerful enough, so they put 1,000 tons of armor away of that ship, and it was in that period when they designed that ship. It was how can you call that? There was very bad publicity about that ship. Everybody said, you are fucking crazy to do that. They spared 1,000 tons on armor on that ship to be able to reach the 34 knots. And I think the Ori could reach 32 knots. The Kirov class is nuclear-powered ship. That's not a joke. That's the biggest battle cruiser still in active service.
Yeah, there's Kirov classes. There's no Kirov classes in the Black Sea, though, man. I mean, the Black Sea fleet is the only one that's relevant here to Ukraine.
Yeah,
of course, Russia has 4 other fleets.
Russia is not important because they can use these big missiles that they have. They don't need to use the Black Sea fleet for that. They have planes to launch. They do other job. The problem that you have at the Black Sea, and that Ukraine do pretty well, and I can agree with that, are these sea drones. And Russia is not going to put their big, beautiful ships on the Black Sea because you have this threat of these sea drones. We are living now in a drone war. You don't need to forget that. It's a game changer.
So I want to address about Euro's point. He said that because the loss of Moskva or Moscow, that's why they lost control of Snake Island. I think it's the opposite. The loss of Moscow or Moskva was a signal that the Russian Navy cannot stay in that area of the Black Sea because the surface-to-surface missile is going to hit every single ship eventually. So which is why the Black Sea fleet have to retreat southward. If not, then they might get hit just like the Moskva. Moskva is a very huge vessel. It's a big target to hit. So so eventually all these surface-to-surface missiles will eventually hit the smaller ship. So it's safer just to leave, which basically gave control of the northern side of the Black Sea to the Ukrainians. So I think it's the opposite. It's not because they lost Moskva, then they lost the sea. It's actually they lost the sea, which is why they lost Moskva. Something like this.
Yeah. We should not forget the political aspect of all these things, if we are honest. I mean, for Ukraine, it's always important to gain any victory. And every ship the Russians are losing, if it's on Crimean ports or every land or so-called bridgeheads on the other side of the river, are so important for the Ukrainians on gaining attention, on gaining more support. So we should not forget that. We can always talk about the military aspect, but this is a political war too. For Ukrainians, it's important to gain support from the West, to get more money from the West, more aid from the West. So we should not forget that and all the things we are discussing right now.
Yeah, I mean, if like you're saying, and like everybody's made good points. I mean, we all look at it like, why aren't they doing this? This makes strategic sense, or this makes sense in the battle plan. Why are they hitting this ship that's less valuable and not that ship? I mean, the Moskva was an embarrassment. They lost that ship. It looks bad. It also lets them know that they don't have free reign in the Black Sea. The other 2 ships they lost, granted it's a landing ship that they probably weren't going to use, and the other one's a sub. But the point is it's just, maybe they're using this time to analyze these new surface vessels that Russia's putting out, see how they operate, keeping them hemmed up. Maybe that limits the range they can attack. I mean, all these targets they go after, I mean, it's all for show. I mean, you're like, why don't they hit these smaller ships that can launch 30 Zircons? I mean, it might be because they're better protected. Why are they going after the naval headquarters, which is empty, when they could be going after this or that? It's because they have to do the showboat stuff. That's why they have like 5 tiny bridgeheads on the Kherson, and they make you think that, they try to make it sound like there's this massive invasion going across the river. They can't hit those valuable ships maybe because they're too well protected. So they've got to hit the shitty ship that's in dry dock or the naval headquarters or whatever. It's like they've just got to make the splash to get the money and keep the morale up and keep the support going. And I mean, because think about it. Look at all the offensives they've done, everything they do. I mean, most of the time we're sitting here scratching our head like, why would you keep going down this road in this valley in Robotny every day when you can see what happened to everybody that went the day before that and the day before that and the day before that on, pick an offensive, where they just kept going in and getting killed. Look at Bakhmut. It's like, everyone's like, why are they doing this? I mean, they got to hold because it's the publicity. They got to hold the Divka for the publicity.
So Vaughn is actually correct. Pravda, the Ukrainian media, basically published an article which actually went pretty far, pretty popular. They claim that they have captured 3 to 8 kilometers, depending on where you are in the geography, along the Kherson front, south of the Dnipro River. Basically, it is actually where they were, why I always reporting, but it's important for them to show that, wow, 3 to 8 kilometers. But most of those parts might be just those empty islands that is like useless places. So, or south from Dachi,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these places, these guys are occupying single buildings. They're running around in the marshes. They're not in these big fortifications fending off Russians. They're just a few guys here, a few guys here. They're going back and forth on rubber boats in like small groups. I mean, but they're gonna 3 to 8 kilometers. It's just like the other day they said they widened out the Robotny a little bit, and I looked at it. I'm like, oh, wow, ooh, a couple 100 yards or another tree line. And then the next day, whoever was in that tree line is probably dead now. So it'll change back because it's
that's
like
the point. That's
they're
the
not
point.
even going anywhere. I mean, it's like even Horlivka. You talked about Horlivka. Why are they going there? Probably because there's no Russians there. I mean, they're only going to go so far, then they're going to hit resistance. If you look past that area of Horlivka that they've got, I mean, it doesn't really look like the kind of terrain that would be good for them to keep pushing. And I mean, plus they ain't got the manpower or the offensive ability to go very far. So again, it's just another, oh, look, we recaptured Horlivka. We got this and that. And they might hold on to it for a while until somewhere else gets desperate for people. Then they got to pull them off, and then they'll fall back, and then the Russians will probably reoccupy it. And
they are likely to even
Russians don't build zircon-only ships. That's to me the kind of waste.
But I'm saying I'm build on that.
They usually build.
We are talking about PR overall. We're talking
about PR overall. Strategically, you'd be like, why aren't they shooting the ships that fire cruise missiles? Why are they shooting ships that aren't? Because the Moskva doesn't have any land attack capability. So what was the point? Why not hit one of them destroyers or something? But like I said, maybe they're better protected, so that's why they go for the easy stuff. Plus, it's a flat, it makes a big splash in the paper.
But we don't know how much, what they used. I heard that they used multiple Bayraktars drones against Moskva, then some surface drones.
It's definitely surface-to-surface missile.
I heard that they used
two multiple things.
I heard that they used 2 Net-2 missiles, and it was brand new, and the Russians didn't expect it.
I think the Bayraktars were there just to give them like final positioning and stuff.
Giving destruction.
Anything other than that. I mean, and now they don't have Bayraktars; they're using the Global Hawk. Because every time the Global Hawk pops up, all of a sudden there's a raid or something, So it's like the Russians probably figured that out too, which is again another stupid thing. It's like, oh, I wonder if they're coming today. Yeah, the Global Hawk's up 4-day 11. Oh, they must be coming. So and then what do? They put up some Su-25s or 35s or whatever, and they just fly around.
Only
oh,
if they
look,
come close.
Coming.
Only if they come close. They don't send them if they stay far away.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying. I mean, I'm sure they figured it out.
Close.
When the drone's nearby, the drones boats are coming, or the commando raid's coming, because they can't send Bayraktars anymore, so they got to use us.
I believe they flying all the time, pretty much. They just shift in between which is flying at that particular time. I believe they're all the time on the Black Sea in territorial international waters of the Black Sea, which is not allowed to attack by any.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was a Bayraktar, they'd shoot it down. The only reason it's still flying is because it's an American Global Hawk.
No, I was trying to number what they used all on Moskva. You know, I was just mentioning Bayraktar because that was a disruption. They masked the numbers when they were attacking. That's what they do. The massive, overwhelming numbers, as much as they can. That's what they were doing since the beginning and later, as much as they can, collect and control. That's the way to overwhelm the fence. And every ship, no matter how much old or it's if it's in service, it's valuable. Can't claim it's too old or not good. It has some purpose. It has some service life what they presented. And the problem why by now 4 ships and 1 submarine is taken out is because by agreement during the war in around Baltic Black Sea, the Turkey is not allowing any war ships to pass through the Bosphorus. So as much as they destroyed they destroyed maybe 5% of the Russian ships in the Black Sea, military ships, Navy ships. They reducing their numbers. They cannot import them through the Volga or anywhere into the Black Sea.
But you wouldn't
need these ships for Ukraine and to the battle in Ukraine themselves. They have other stuff to use. They have still the planes. They have a lot of planes, and they don't even use them all. They don't even use the planes like they should be using them. These ships and the Black Sea Fleet has no problem even to not use them. Russia don't need these ships. Maybe for what's happening on the Black Sea, but even that, they have another problem, and those are these Ukrainian drones, boat drones. It's making everybody afraid. These drone boats. It's not a good thing. Russia, for attacking Ukraine, doesn't really need these ships to attack Ukraine.
They're only sending them out just for practice, for training session, to do firing, and expand some of the old
I mean,
stuff.
and honestly, that's really all they need to use them for is they load them up with a Zircon or whatever, a cruise missile. They sail to some launch point, shoot everything off at Ukraine, then turn back and go to port where it's safe. I mean, that's what I would do anyway. There's no reason for them to just sail around for no reason. I mean, you might as well just keep them underneath a huge air defense umbrella. I mean, think about I don't even know what the range is on those missiles, but I mean, imagine they wouldn't have to go more than maybe 100 miles from their home port, launch, and then turn right back around. And then you probably have massive air cover while they're out, plus SAM cover. So, I mean, it's just like the backfires in the Bears. They can drop missiles and bombs and probably never even leave Russian air defense cover and turn around. I mean, hell, they could probably literally take off, launch a missile, turn around, and land.
Yeah, that's basically what they do. So
if they're taking off from angles, they can do that.
So the key point is that the Black Sea battles, right? So the key point is the Black Sea battles, the sinking of these ships. The key point is that Russia takes the lesson. They will know what it's going to be like in the future naval war. So the Americans still do not know. They only look and then they kind of guess. But the Russians basically is at the receiving end, and they start to know what is the real threats in the modern war. The drones, the surface drones, and then the missiles. Then you'll probably see a totally new generation of Russian naval ships, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, that is entirely nothing like what we see now. It might be totally different. Maybe we will see a return of the gunboats, the missile boats, where they no longer want big boats, because it's dangerous. It become a huge target. Just like military ground warfare has changed. There is no big gathering like what the Israeli is doing in the Gaza Strip. That is a no in modern warfare. If it's a full army against a full army, that is just waiting to die. There's a huge cluster of troops. Now we see in Ukraine war is just small squads with a few armored vehicles, and that's one attack. we don't see huge columns, very, very rarely now. And huge columns are just big targets nowadays.
Yeah, and if they really want to use big Russian column, I mean, granted, it could have been.
If they really want to launch something from the Black Sea, they have submarines. Turkey not going to spot these submarines. If they really want to launch some Zarkans of some ballistic missiles from a submarine, they can do that. No problem. They're never going to try to.
I think all it is just the thing is that Russia learned that they got to operate in a certain part, and it's not safe somewhere else. But it doesn't really. It might affect a few targets they can hit from that area, but I would imagine with the range of those missiles, they could probably sail somewhere pretty quick, take a shot, and go right back to the safety of the harbor.
But we have to be honest to ourselves that the Russians are still cocky sometimes. I mean, there are several instances, especially around Avdiivka and the northern part of Avdiivka, where they underestimate Ukrainian capabilities. And I have the feeling that sometimes that is really completely useless. I mean, they could easily avoid casualties just by respecting the Ukrainians in some sectors. Literally, in northern Avdiivka, what they have done, I think it's a really good example. You saw what happened in Vuhledar, you saw what happened in Robotyne, the Oryhov sector. What are you doing in the day, middle of the day, armored columns in a fortified area? It's just
that is a risk that you take if you want to push.
Yeah, but the thing with that particular incident, they said 2 to 3 brigades in that operation, so you had 8 to 9 battalions. So out of those 8 or 9 battalions, they posted a video of one battalion that got the shit knocked out of it. They did, all the other battalions took damage that day too, probably just not as bad. Maybe some didn't get damaged at all. It was a push designed to take that terrain feature like the volcano and everything else. They had to figure out what was there. They totally changed up their tactics and just bum rushed them. That's why they took more casualties. They were willing to do that. That was what they agreed to do, decided to do, and it paid off. I mean, they could still be sitting where they were 2 weeks ago and doing the ground and pound and get it eventually. But for whatever, winter's coming. They want to seal off Avdiivka. They've got to get that coke plant done.
But to me, in the last couple of months, especially what we saw in Bakhmut, is that the Russians have a clear advantage in the night because the Ukrainians only have a bunch of vehicles and equipment that can operate in the night, and they use it in a Robotyne area. So why not trying to use a different tactic, doing it in the night with all the columns? I mean, we clearly saw that all this new Western stuff with all the thermal imageries, etc., was in the Zaporizhia region. So the Ukrainians tried to go at night. Why not?
They got slaughtered.
To me, it feels like that they haven't learned in this case. I mean, just try something different if you want to do something. But
they do.
The first 1.5 weeks. Sorry, but the first 1.5 week in the northern of Avdiivka was just completely messed up by the Russians. Sorry for saying that, but it wasn't good in the north of Avdiivka. It was just a mess by the Russians. They could have done clearly better. Just try to do it in the night. You had the clear advantage.
No, in the night you have the lack of visibility.
But I mean, you can't always pick when you go. I mean, the thing is they were doing a movement to contact or a recon and force, which means they're fully expecting to take fire. I mean, that's the whole point. So that's just a higher risk operation.
To me, it didn't look like that.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's one explanation. I mean, just saying that that's just a higher risk operation that's going to have higher casualties. It's just like when they say most airborne drops, they expect 50% casualties because those guys are dropping in on a place that's behind enemy lines. The way they did that, they knew they were going to take. I mean, look, they were shooting shit point blank, tree clumps, trenches, buildings. There were guys in there shooting at them. I mean, that's why they got fucked up, but that's what they had to do.
There was Donbas militia that fighting there. It's not Russian army.
Well, I mean, whatever. All those people are part of Russia. Okay, so when I say Russian forces, I just mean the Russian army.
They're not resupplied. They're not resupplied, fully equipped as the Russian army is. That's a difference.
Well, then maybe that's why they took more casualties than normal, but it doesn't change the fact that the operation was designed a certain way, and the way those operations go, you're going to take more casualties. It doesn't matter if it was DPR, LPR, or Russian. It doesn't really matter if they had more supplies or not. I mean, the whole point was they had to move to the enemy and take fire and figure out where they were and engage them. And they lost a lot of guys.
If you look clearly,
they also got the job done.
it definitely looked like they would try to caught them off guard because they know everything was in the Zaporizhia region. They knew that they have an advantage in the Avdiivka region. What they tried to do is definitely go to Berdachi, capture that village, and completely cut them off. They wanted to do a fast thing. They didn't try to grind them off in Avdiivka. If you really look how they went,
there was not enough forces.
They tried to do it fast. Catch Berdichi, avoid more casualties. And in terms of Donbass militias, I don't think that I would agree because we saw T-80s in front of those BMPs. And according to many sources, I'm not someone who is at the front. I can only say what I'm reading. The DPR militias don't operate with T-80s. And T-80s were in the front of them, not T-72s. Those were T-80s. And to me, it completely looked like that they caught off guard in the North flank. I'm not talking about the southern. The southern part was good because the general took a completely different approach. But the northern part of Avdiivka was, in my opinion, just a mess from the Russians. And we have to acknowledge it. I can understand if you are a general and say, of course, I'm expecting that and that kind of casualties to gain a success. It's always the case. You have to calculate as a general. I can completely understand it. But if you really look how they went, they completely tried to gain a foothold to Berdichi or capture Berdichi as fast as possible and not have a grind in Avdiivka. They completely want to avoid it because Avdiivka is an 8-year-old fortress. They completely reinforced it for 8 years. They completely avoided to make it the second Bakhmut, if we're honest. And
yeah, but they made a lot of bombing also in the night this past weeks.
So I want to just add a bit. So there was this, Ryba and some of these pro-Russian media, they talk channels, they talk about this push towards Berdichi. The problem with that push, which I did draw also in my map, and then I retracted it later, after that they didn't stay there, is that there is actually no footages coming out from that battle that prove that they are actually on the edge of Berdichi. That is a problem for me. Because if you look at the push for the so-called the slag heap or the volcano, we saw footages that they show their advances, but we don't see much. We saw the battles at Stepove, we don't see the battle at Berdichi. We only see bombardments of Berdichi through airplanes and stuff. So the pro-Ukrainian side say that attack never happened. So, and I think that might be a possibility that might be the case, because when the Russians drew the map in that way, where they're at the edge of Berdichi, the deep state UA is very vehemently saying that this is not reality. These are just fake information. So we do not know what is the reality in that sense, because it could have happened, it could not have happened. And if it had happened and it's a failure, why wouldn't the Ukrainians post the videos to show the Russian failures?
By the writing of those that participated in that battle, there was supposed to 3 battalions attacking at the same time, so they would split the Ukrainian artillery on them. But before that, the day before that, Ukrainians destroyed that mine clearing equipment, UR-77 or something like that, 1 on the north and 2 on the south of Avdiivka. They really catch them, not on the front line, but in the back when they were approaching to the front line in order to activate and do the mine clearing. Another issue I'm seeing from that video was that only 1 tank was having a mine clearing equipment attached on it, out of 10 vehicles in the column. That's too risky. So they didn't have enough mine clearing equipment. You need to have 2 tanks with with the mine clearing, yeah, but one gets destroyed, another one could just go around it, and there's a more option for the more widespread area of disembarkment of the attacking force.
You don't need mine clearing equipment when you got the Shahed MTLB. The MTLB, that guy had packed with explosives that they drove across the minefield, and he jumped off and ran away before it hit a light line.
But this was already planned ahead, so they probably expected it that mine UR-77 was gonna do the job, but the Ukrainians destroyed it the day before. And then the issue is those 3 battalions were supposed to attack on a 3 lines, 3 attacks at the same time. So they will split the Ukrainian artillery to attack them at the same time. You cannot use it constantly, artillery attack. And then this guy says that one battalion was 2 hours late, so they got hammered. Then the other one 2 hours later also got hammered, and the third one, most probably just officer wrote a report that they reached Berdichi and had to pull back. Just most probably that, because they say they didn't move anywhere, and that's the problem. So this is the Donbas militia. It's not a Russian military. That's the point. It's not
but the thing is,
properly.
that's just splitting hairs, because if you look at like the deployment maps, there's Wagner units all around, between Soledar and Kremen and Kupiansk, but they're not really Wagner units anymore. They're probably just Wagner designated units from the that have been absorbed. There's LPR, there's volunteers, there's regular Russian forces, there's National Guard. More than there's Marines, there's VUDV. I would imagine they got all they're probably all operating down there, just in different sectors, or maybe even mixed together.
It's hard to organize them. That's the problem.
Well, I know, but the militias might be providing the infantry or the meat, so to speak, and the Russians are providing the artillery, the tanks, and the heavier stuff.
But it's actually really difficult to organize things in the military. If you have been through the military, you will know that it's stupidly difficult to organize things. It's like people just cannot follow instructions. And actually, they are trying to follow instructions, but you just cannot get things right. And that's also the reason why night battles are very hard. You usually don't see night battles. So even in training, it's usually dawn battles. You maneuver in the night to positions to launch the assault. And then when everybody's in position, that's usually around 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. And then maybe 5:30, 6 a.m., you start to launch an attack. So the sun is not out yet, but that is basically called a dawn attack. And then the longer you fight, then the brighter the day becomes. That's usually the case. The fighting in the night is actually really hard, because even with night goggles and everything, you can't see. You can't see where you're stepping, where you're going. Real world is fucking dark,
Yeah, I completely agree, but you should try it for Russia.
To like special forces and stuff, because that's all small scale, easy to control. You got limited numbers of people involved. Most of those guys pretty much know what they're going to go hit, so they kind of know who's there, and they probably have layouts of the buildings and stuff. So it's a lot different. I had night vision on my tank, and it's not that, you can see this little, tunnel vision of green and white. It's not that great. So, I would rather not drive in the dark.
I hear what Nico said, because Nico said that,
you can't really see detail. So it would be easy to fucking throw a track or hit something, get stuck.
The thing is, for explanation, my idea was that, the Russians have tried many things at Vuhledar, etc., many things. So why not trying it at night? What are you losing at probing?
Training problem. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Because I've been through, but training is very, very little. But the thing is that at night you really cannot see, like for shit. Even if you have night vision, you can't see shit. And the danger of night battles is that if you're not well trained, you'll start to have a lot of friendly fires. That is the problem, because you cannot tell. You cannot even know when your flanks are moving forward backwards. You cannot see it.
especially if you have well-trained troops that go advanced, taking the enemy territory, and behind them there's less trained troops that are afraid and just hearing shooting, and then when these guys pull back, they shoot them. Friendly fire.
So at night,
that's
so
a
for
big
example,
danger.
at night, so in night range, right? So what we learn is that the enemy will fire at you. There will be a flash. So no, in night range, we will always shoot at a flash. There's a flashlight. Then we'll aim down the range and we'll shoot the flashlight. The thing
but
is,
to me,
at night, you don't even know if that flashlight is from you or from the enemy. You know, the reality is you can't see.
Completely
yeah, I mean,
agree.
like driving at night, and like the night's really the best thing from just moving from point A to point B, because that's hard enough to do. Because like being in my tank, and then you have your little night vision periscope up, and you're buttoned up, and you're trying to look at the blackout lights on the tank, which are these little slits, just enough light to see. And then you got to look at it too with modern warfare now, with all the ISR platforms and thermal. You know, it's going to be hard to hide at night. I mean, for anything big like that, I mean, even infantry, I mean, nighttime's probably the best time to move. But like for us, we would have been like wanting to move on the roads at night. We wouldn't want to be driving through a field in blackout conditions and with our night vision on, trying to see the guy in front of us and maintain spacing and all that kind of. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. You know, you got to keep your spacing. You got, you know, make sure everybody hits the right waypoints at the right times and makes the right turn, because you could literally. I mean, look at all those side roads in Ukraine in the fields. I mean, you want to try and navigate through that crap at night. This guy misses the turn and turns too early and comes out somewhere else and blows the whole operation. These guys go too far and turn too late, and the other guys, you know, and so it's, you know, I mean, there's just a lot of things that can happen.
Yeah,
and
it's not
mean,
impossible. It's not impossible to do night battles, but it's just so damn difficult that it's so dangerous.
The thing is, to me, I mean, well, like, when did the Russians capture Novomikhailivka? Was it that village on Avdiivka in the north?
No.
When did they capture it? Was it called Novomikhailivka? I'm not sure.
No.
But the village. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it was a couple of months. Yeah, it was a couple of months ago. So, and if it's just my point of perspective, I'm not a general or something. Maybe you disagree. I'm really expecting some critics, because I want to learn some knowledge. But if I'm a general in this sector, what I'm trying to do, in my opinion, is just observe how enemy fortifications are, like looking at some patterns by drones, looking at how the artillery pieces are going, etc. Like probing. Like if we are honest, the things the Ukrainians are doing well is by looking at Russian patterns and striking at a specific time full. I mean, how did that? It was like
they do attack all the time. So whenever they hit pause, that's when they succeed.
But
the Ukrainians do. They keep doing it. They keep doing it. It's not that they finding it and only hitting it then. No, they keep doing it like 2-3 times a day.
But they're still looking at patterns. They're still looking at patterns at Russian defenses or Russian offensives, how the Russians are behaving, and then strike. It was the same as when the offensive started in the near Volodya. How was it with the where they went from the underground? You know.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to look at it too. The Ukrainians have the best ISR available in the world. So
yeah, but
and I would almost bet at this point the Iranians have way more targets than they have assets to hit them. Because I mean, think about it. They got everything. They got J-Stars, AWACS, Predators, Global.
Yeah, for sure. But if I'm,
that's the point. I mean,
if I'm a Russian general, I'm just looking at the patterns, at the defenses of the Ukrainians near that area. I mean, probably everything is mined. If we are honest, I mean, it's an 8-year.
Well, I mean, I've said the same thing you're saying. I mean, you'd think they would look out and find these weak areas they can push through. But they either they don't want to, or they're just not able to determine it well enough to make that kind of a move. Because I mean, look at that. When they find them, they pin them down and then they kill them. I mean, it's not like they let them get away. I mean, they drone the shit out of them and bomb them, and then somebody walks up and finishes off whoever's left.
All right. Judging by the amount of ammunition being used on the battlefield, what do you think, guys? How long the Ukrainians are able to hold on? I mean, overall, the battlefront. What is the time frame that they will collapse? Judging by the amount of ammunition and the lack of human resources, soldiers on the boots on the ground.
Human resources a long time.
Army is not going to collapse for another year and a half, 2 years. Army itself, but the issue is the government. Government might collapse much more quickly, and then the army doesn't have nothing to stand on. It will just pull back. That's the early. But as far as I know, we started with nothing in Croatia, the Croatian war. We started with nothing. We were able to hold up, to steal the weaponry, to steal the ammo, and fight with it. We were losing, but very, very slowly.
Yeah.
So
you're in Croatia, you were producing the weaponry and the steel and the ammo in Croatia.
Very
were
little.
You getting everything? How are you getting all of the supplies that your army needed?
There was no army. There was no army.
The first war,
There was
they
no
lost.
army.
The
It was the
second one, they
police.
got weapons.
Well, where were they getting their weaponry?
Exactly.
Who was supplying them?
We were buying some from initially buying from Hungary. Some of it transported as much as we could, but because the army was stationed every city, so they were able to control every routes. So there was some smuggling, but those are very small amounts of the weapons and ammo. It was mostly police forces, the people with guns, that they had guns, very little ammunition, as much as they could buy, get it. So that was very little, but most of it was decided to surround and blockade all those military camps around the cities, and then some of them surrendered pretty quickly, got weapons and ammo from it. In one city, huge ammo was blown up by by them before they surrendered the weaponry. So there was a lot of tanks and weaponry taken by them, but no ammo from that area. So that's how I'm saying. Basically, the police was fighting, defending against the whole army with all supplies, everything, but not never really decisive. They weren't decisive to do it. Okay?
So that's why
I'm saying,
I think it's a good. I think Euro is correct, in the sense that the Ukrainian army can hold for another 2 years as long as there's a manpower for that. Because even if they have no tanks, no armor, no artillery, just by manpower with guns and bullets, it's going to take forever, to clear. So you look at the Taliban, the US forces took how long? They can't even clear out the Taliban, So it's not easy to just, as long as there's manpower, they can still fight. They will lose slowly, but
if we compare the Ukrainians to the Germans, which the Russians like to do.
No, don't compare to us Germans, okay? Don't do
How
that.
were the Germans defeated in World War I and World War II? It was actually, well, in World War I is actually the one that I'm referring to here, because it wasn't the army necessarily that was defeated first, but it was the entire country was running out of food. They were starved. Yeah. Even in World War II, you can say, well, it wasn't so much that the army was worse, it was that they had no oil, right? That was their issue. I mean, I don't want to get into all that, but you could make an argument for those two. So I think the Ukrainians are going to be a similar story. It's going to be, how long are they going to be able to hold on, considering they're getting supplied from an external source? I think a very long time, because you can't actually really cut off their food and their oil. Not really. I mean, the West could do it. We could just give up on supplying them. But they're always going to be supplied. So all they need to do is continue churning the men into uniforms and getting them into trenches. That's all the Ukrainians have to do.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta head out. I just want to close real quick. I say, obviously the defect is gonna be hot. I mean, I would look for them to really push hard on the coke plant and maybe that eastern part where they got to the industrial area. Probably see how far they can push in that way. And then I still think around Seversk might get pretty hot. You know, I just figure just keep watching the defect get closed up and maybe something will change. Maybe they'll start pulling units out. But, you know, enjoy the open mic as always. Plenty of space if y'all want to come in. Y'all have a good week.
Thanks,
Bye,
Vaughn. So I also actually thinking about doing closing soon. It's we just nice. We are at 4 hours mark, and I feel that the conversation is going round and round already. We're slowly going into the black hole of the talking about the tactics, which we actually don't really know a lot about. So, but no, any objections or no? Do you all still want to talk about certain topics that we haven't talked about?
For me, it's good to close.
Yeah, it's good to close, but before going, we're getting all tired. Before going, I would say that without Western support, Ukrainian, I would give it like max 2-3 months. Active fighting. After that will be just guerrilla. Because without the weaponry, the army cannot do what it does currently and take offensives and the storm shadows and all of that they are receiving. Because the focus is going to Israel and. Without the money, you cannot pay the soldiers. They escape serving. They do not want to fight no more without money. They don't want to fight without support and weapons. So basically, you got a diminished army. So I don't give it more than 2-3 months max. So we'll see what happens anyway. Interesting analysis tonight. Is interesting perspectives from all different sides of the planet. Nice talking to you all, and looking forward to our next meeting. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Jose.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so anyway, we're closing. So yeah, there's the Hassan Tiagi want to join, but yeah, but we're gonna do close, so he left. Yeah. And so I also want to add on a bit to what Jose was saying. It's very unlikely to see guerrilla warfare in Ukraine war. The reason is because if the Russians do not rush and then go past a lot of villages and capture big grounds, you're not going to have Ukrainian men left behind in the back line. If the Russians just slowly push, there won't be any guerrillas left. So you will have guerrillas, from the at the start of the war where they actually just rush. You have a lot of Ukrainian men in the back lines, but no, now it's very hard. I think the Russians will be very, very careful about pushing forward. But this is just my opinion. So let's do closing. So the Godze seems to have done closing. So Nico.
Really enjoyed participating in the open mic after a couple of months. Yeah, take care, guys. Everyone who's watching and participated in. I always enjoy being in the lounge in the Telegram channel, and I enjoyed be able to participate in the open mic. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nico.
Even though,
Bye, Hello Kitty.
Yeah, thank you very much. I love you too, Misterlambo. Okay, I love you too.
Nico, have you finished, or you say even though what?
Even though maybe some of my questions, or I don't know, were a little bit controversial, but I just wanted to add some different pep, because I have the feeling that sometimes we aren't talking about certain topics, or not as much as different ones. So yeah, and I thank you for letting me educated, like showing me different views, so I can get a brighter picture of certain things. It's always really good.
Thank you, Nico. No, that's the whole point of DPA open mic. No worries about the questions. So whoever have experience can share. Archimedes.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Enjoyable open mic. It's gone from bright to dark while I've been out here, which is a bit surreal. So, yeah, good stuff. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, recommend anyone in the comments who's got some shit takes to go ahead and bring those into the open mic. And who knows, maybe your shit takes are actually good takes. And yeah, there you go. Speaking of shit takes. All right, there's my closing.
All right. Is that all? Archimedes?
Yeah.
Okay,
see you guys next week.
Okay. I joined in a midway somewhere, and I've seen a few new guys join in. That's really nice. Diversity is really cool, and this is actually showing up as diversity I mean, from the globe, from the world, different nationalities adding more, which we need more and more. And I just came from the trip, so I'm a little bit tired. But you know, I know so many details from the war actually that I participated in, and I can see that organizing individual units that are not part of a division or a brigade, it's very difficult. The most of the units don't show up on an assembly point at on a time. Usually because individual soldiers don't want to go into attack, risk their lives. They find so many excuses. And also some officers, low-level officers, also don't push for it. And I've seen so many videos of Serbian army on assembly point, just the officers so mad because most of the soldiers didn't show up, and cursing, yelling, trying to shoot in the air, you know, threatening, all of it, trying to scare people into pushing them, you know, to be more threatening than the enemy, you know, so that they would listen. And I know how much battles can be confusive. How much confusion is easy to set up. One wounded soldier is enough, you know, to completely disturb the plans and attack. Just one wounded soldier that everyone wants to save, you know, or you know. There's so many easy ways to disturb the plan of attack, and why it's not. That's why you need yearly training, 1 year training, gradually going from the basics to the somewhere around the front line where the people hear the thundering noises of the shells exploding and all of it, and they train there with more real situations, you know. And basically they need to be communicating, to learn to trust to each other, you know. And that's really hard to pick up, and officers also need to pick up those that will follow orders, not try to evade the responsibility. Just as we know on the job, there's so many people avoiding their responsibility and just, you know, being there just to earn money. Everyone knows them, right? That's how it's in an army too. You always get those people like that. It's very difficult, you know. That's why professional army is different. They're trained not to think about it anymore, not to be scared, just to follow the orders, because they know if they follow the orders, they'll defend each other. The guy next to it, they can depend. They don't have to look at them all the time. They'll know that they can look only for the enemy, and the guys will be next to them. Okay, that's so important for the soldiers, or to have individual comms, you know, to have individual comms and communicate with everyone all the time. You can see them, you know, in a battle, they coming together in a bunch, they bunching up and talking just to get the courage, to get the plan. What's the plan? They don't know what's the plan, but they want to know, you know, they want to see where are they gonna move, stay there, you know. it's so much confusion going on. It's so difficult to do it. That's why you need individual comms to cooperate, to know each other where they are, and the officers need to know where their units are. Yeah, we are enlarging the hairstyles, getting more popular.
I got issue with my bangs.
Yeah, bangs. Okay,
Oh, thank you,
that would
Cade.
be all.
I got a compliment in the chat. Look at that. That's nice.
Got a compliment?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, I just wanted to shout it out. Good stuff, you guys. Good open mic.
This is the one.
Oh, thank you, man.
So is Euro done? Actually, I'm confused.
Yeah. I said that when he was talking. That's all.
All right, Misterlambo, closing.
Yeah, it was a pretty good open mic. But we need to watch the evolve and situations, what's happening in Ukraine. It's a difficult one, I know. That map is not really moving, and it's always funny to watch it if you're doing your sit reps and your videos. Wyatt, always thank you for that, because you're very helpful to see what's all happening. And for the moment, I don't have a lot of time to watch everything on the Telegram also and on Twitter to follow the situation in Ukraine. But once you hear some news about like the Sukhoi 27, Ukrainian Sukhoi 27 that landed in Ukraine, is like, aha, something happening there. Something funny is going to happen to the future. Messages of the United States that say they don't going to fund for the December month and maybe for beginning of 2024. And you say, uh-oh, they're going to get them big problems, the Ukrainians. So they're going to be, yeah, we see some changes, and we can see in some points, yeah, of course, Russia is never going to operate 100% perfect. They're also always going to do some mistakes. Don't forget that there's not a war, that there's a special military operation, and it's actually, if you're talking, and a type of war is a type of war of drones. Don't forget that one. The drones are the biggest game changers, and like we see this week, Ukrainians saw an artillery position with the drones, and they had a lot of time to hit that artillery position and to strike it and to destroy it. That's because they have drones also, and the Russians doing the same, is actually the one that has the best way to operate the drones and can do the most damage for the moment. And they are entering in the critical area like Adiyevka. They are pushing back and Bakhmut for the moment, and in other areas. The winter is coming, the weather is going to change, you're going to have more rain, you're going to have more freezing temperatures, more snow, going to be completely different. And always the best one in the best position is the one that is sitting in his sofa. The Russians also, because they have their fixed trenches. They don't need to move and dig out every time. The Ukrainians need to do that. The Russians has the biggest resources and weaponry also. They are in the most comfortable seat. I think the winter can be a big change. It's just me that's saying that, But I think the winter is going to be a big change for this year already compared to last year. It's going to be a bigger change because Ukraine is weakened, more weakened than last year. It's not the same situation anymore. And Russians also learn from their mistakes, and they continue to doing that. And they are the best students in that, and learning from their mistakes and changing the tactics and trying something else. It's a very difficult one. But yeah, it's no, the open mic was pretty cool, and always nice to see the people around again. For a long time no see. Archimedes, you need to go more on the open mic. You're not too much, but we need you also. You have a very big knowledge and a lot you also. But and of course the other guys. I need to find on the video. I'm going to rewind to see Shadowy falling down and sleep. Just for fun.
Oh man, I missed that.
Yeah, but the video going to say on the. If I find it, I'm going to say at what time he's going to start to fall into and sleep. But no, it was a pretty good open mic. And the chat, we had some pro-Ukrainians, and they don't have the balls to come live to show their faces and to speak with us. No, they just ignore what we are saying, and you're just chatting and playing the keyboard warrior and saying bullshit and all this stuff. I need to stop. We had place today to come online to join us. You didn't do that. It's very sad. It's very, yeah, okay. I call that guys with the mini VV, mini dig guys, big mouth but nothing coming out of it.
French
they
fry
need
size.
to show they need to show the real sides. No, they don't. They are afraid, but they continue to do the keyboard warring. It's sad, but it's entertaining also. So I enjoy to read the chat and all these stupid comments. But there are a lot of good comments also in the chat, and I'm going to thank these guys for that also. We have some good followers and good viewers that speaking not bullshit. They are saying correct stuff on the chat also, and they are not keyboard warrioring. No, they stay with the 2 feet on the ground. So we need to thank these guys for that also. There's not only negativity in the chat, you know. So yeah, it was a pretty fun one. And you need to like and share and support support the channel. We need you all, guys. You know. So it's very important because Wyatt do a lot of work, and the guys are speaking also take times of their own private to come and join and speak to you all. So yeah, thank you for the good night, and see you later, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Thank you, everyone. So
take care, guys.
Bye
Take
bye.
care.
Later.
Bye bye, guys. Sorry for those that are disappointed that it's over. Just now, Basam Tiagi on the main channel tried to join, but I'm so sorry. Yeah, because we are really going to close, so it's going to be difficult to drag on. So anyway, thank you guys for watching the episode 53 of the DPA Open Mic. And today we speak mostly on the Ukraine war and very little about the Hamas-Israeli war, which is actually nothing much to talk about. It's just outrage. And then Israel hammering Gaza. Look for tunnels. Not sure if it's the real tunnel. No. So just to say one very funny thing on Twitter, or X, I shared a link. I retweet something. Basically, is the Israeli found the tunnel system at the hospital. So it was something like a well with a well staircase going down all the way. They use a drone to fly down, and then it leads to a tunnel system they go through. And then I just commented. I said that what did I comment? I say where is it? Let me find it. So I don't want to quote myself wrongly. So I said, I wonder how much Israel spent to hyper construct and create this propaganda tunnel to accuse Hamas of building tunnels under a hospital, because that's basically mostly what the pro-Palestinian positions are. They say that all these tunnel videos or whatever videos or all the weaponries, the armor, the whatever intel, is all fake. It's all planted. It's all Israeli propaganda. And then I basically said the same thing. And then the pro-Palestinians got triggered as well. It's like, what do you want me to say? I say whatever you are saying, and then I still get the flag. So, there's no win, So, the people need to stop going into the ideological war. It's pointless. It doesn't change anything. Just like the NAFO, just like the pro-Ukrainians, talking all this bullshit, for 1.5 years, and the result is the same. It doesn't change the result that they are fighting a nuclear power, and they will eventually lose to a bigger country with better manufacturing capabilities, construction capabilities, long-range missile capability, air superiority. Not to mention they have the support of China, North Korea, that could eventually feed them more weaponries if they choose to go to that route, where the West have limited war manufacturing capabilities, and clearly the West do not have the real sincerity to actually help Ukraine. So we can see by the lack of F-16 by this point, the Leopard ones are still in refurbishing. They didn't do enough. So they just didn't do enough for Ukraine. Everything is delayed. It's all too late. make things worse, and then send them on the offensive that at the most well defended point of all the front lines, which kind of like stupid. So anyway, yeah. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you for the super chats. I just want to go through. Again, thanks to the Iranian Putin gifting another 5 memberships to people on the main channel. So you guys will have opportunity to see sit reps. If there was a delayed telecast, you will probably see it first. And he thanked this, and then of course we have Voss sending some some stuff, including this, and then we have I'm not sure where this came from. Like suddenly there's a Big Mac about US economy. I don't get that, but that NGS talking about the Eastern expansion of EU, which I also concluded that EU expansion is some kind of conquest. It just feels like it. And thank you for Logizen for this very generous super chat, and Lucas for the nice hair, which is actually a lot of white hair. If you actually look carefully, is I'm getting so old. This Ukraine war is killing me. Thank you guys. And I'm gonna put in the outro. And it's a Monday, so you see the sunlight is out. It's a Monday, so I need to work on non-DPA stuff as well. So yep, and yeah. Bye guys, and I'll see you next week. Bye bye.